Welcome back, brothers, to Amalur. Tonight's story, we have rogue traders that got into some serious trouble with the Drukhari. But before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get into the madness.
The crusade did not advance like an army. It moved like a continent of iron dragged across the stars by chains of oath, debt, hunger, and holy violence. It was a migration of guns. It was a famine given engines. It was the imperium of man, remembering that somewhere beyond its mapped borders, there were worlds not yet taxed, not yet chained, not yet forced to kneel beneath the double-headed eagle. Across the black gulfs before the Calyx expanse, troop convoys crawled in processions so vast that astropaths went blind, trying to count their wakes in the immaterium. Coffin transports, each one swollen with regiments of levied men, drifted in the shadow of shrine ships, whose hulls were plated with cathedral spires and ossuary towers. Munition barges hauled continent-killing stores of shells, las packs, promethium drums, rad missiles and caskets of sacred bolt rounds, their holds watched over by red-robed adepts who whispered binary canticles to slumbering machine spirits. Mechanicus fuel hulks groaned under the weight of reactor sludge and plasma feed, escorted by Navy frigates, whose captains had been ordered to spend their ships as shields, before allowing a single drop of the Omnissiah's bounty to burn unblessed. There were pilgrim hulks too, though no sane commander had asked for them. They followed the crusade as carrion birds followed a wounded giant, packed with confessors, penitents, corpse scribes, relic merchants, flagellants, and men who believed that dying in the wake of conquest would place their names somewhere in the Emperor's sight. Their hymns bled through the void on broad-spectrum vox, until Navy officers ordered them cut from command channels. Still the songs returned, distorted by distance and poor discipline, a million cracked throats promising salvation to a galaxy that had never been promised anything but war. At the heart of it all, distant and immense, was the war front of Lord Militant Angevin. His banners had crossed from decree into legend. His name was stamped onto ration tins, shell casings, execution warrants, devotional pamphlets, conscription brands, and the pale wax seals that closed letters never meant to reach home. Where his crusade moved, tithe masters followed. Where his armies landed, scribes counted the living, the dead, and the soon-to-be-dead with the same ink. Worlds were not discovered. They were assessed. Populations were not liberated. They were measured for usefulness. The Calyx expanse would be made imperial by fire, by surveyor's chain, by administratum ledger, and by the mass grave. Ahead of the main host ranged those predators who wore legality like a blade. Rogue traders. Some sailed alone, old dynasties under torn banners, their holds filled with private armies and forbidden appetites. Others moved in packs, snapping at the edge of Angevin's war like sharks around a void whale, claiming salvage, opening trade with the frightened, exterminating the defiant, and calling every theft a service to the throne. They were useful because they were deniable. They were dangerous because their warrants were older than the officers trying to command them. Basil Herothis was such a man. His cruiser, the Stark Venger, cut through the darkness ahead of the Crusade's ordered advance, its armored prow painted in the black and bone of his house. The vessel had been built for war and made decadent by inheritance. Its gun decks were long iron cloisters where macro shells hung in chains like the censers of dead gods. Its command cathedral rose through 3 decks of polished obsidian, gilded saints, and suspended tactical hololiths, each machine spirit fed by cables wrapped in strips of parchment and human hair. Its noble quarters were a palace of lacquered voidwood, cold marble, and stolen Xenos curios locked behind stasis fields. Its lower holds were debtors' prisons, where bondservants slept in stacked cages beneath leaking pipes, their descendants born owing coin to men long dead. The Stark Venger was a dynasty made steel. Herothis stood upon the upper command dais beneath the staring skull of a saint whose name had been forgotten by everyone except the servitor nailed into its reliquary frame. The rogue trader wore a coat of black synth leather lined with crimson, its collar high enough to hide the augmetic brace fused to the left side of his throat. A power saber rested at his hip. A dueling pistol hung opposite it, old, heavy, silver inlaid and loaded with shells that cost more than the lives of the men guarding his cargo bays. Before him, Loth turned in hololithic ruin. The image was unstable. Storm static gnawed at its edges, rendering the planet as a sphere of black cloud and bruised lightning. Every few heartbeats the hololith stuttered and showed the world beneath in fragments. Plains like frozen oil, dead seas without tides, mountains bitten into fang shapes by aeons of corrosive wind, and ruins that thrust from the surface like broken teeth. There were no sunrise bands across the curvature, no warm hemisphere, no soft line of dawn. Loth sat beneath a lid of eternal storm. To lesser men, it would have looked cursed. To Basil Horothis, it looked unclaimed. "Magnify the equatorial scar," he said. His voice was soft, educated, and trained never to rise unless men were already dying. A Lex mechanic bowed without looking away from his console. Brass fingers clicked. The hololith expanded, shuddering as the Stark Venger's Auspex arrays pushed deeper through atmospheric interference. A chain of ruins appeared beneath the cloud murk, long and irregular, partly buried in black mineral ash. Their geometry was wrong. Not human, not orc. Too severe for chance. Too old for the brief and diseased hand of rebellion. Horothis smiled. "Xenos work," he murmured. Master Helmsman Orgef Keel stood below the dais, one gaunt hand resting on the brass spine of the helm pulpit. Keel was void-born, narrow-faced and pale beneath the old radiation scars that marked his scalp. He had served the Horothis line longer than most of the dynasty's cousins had remained alive. His eyes had been replaced with augmetic lenses that clicked softly whenever he studied a threat. "They are ruins, my lord," Keel said. "Ruins are not always treasure." Spoken like a man who has never had to pay a tithe assessment. "I have paid in blood often enough." Horothis looked down at him, amused, and been reimbursed with continued employment. Keel did not smile. The world is too quiet. That earned a glance from several officers. Not fear, not yet. Irritation. The bridge crew had learned that when Keel spoke with that dead calm, men eventually died. Horothis turned back to the world. "Explain." No defense grid, no orbital batteries, no stable Vox beacon, no distress hymns from survivors, no traffic ghosts except wreckage. Yet the debris belt shows recent dispersal. The heat signatures on the nightside plains are not old. Something burned down there within the last cycle of the ship's clocks. A junior Auspex officer swallowed. "Confirmed, Lord. Multiple heat ghosts, scattered, fading. There are energy residues as well." "What kind?" asked Horothis. The officer hesitated. That was unwise. Horothis did not look at him, which was worse than anger. "Not Imperial, Lord. Not clean enough for last discharge. Not crude enough for greenskin plasma. The machine spirit cannot classify with confidence." Keel's augmetic eyes clicked again. "There are dead ships in low gravefall. Their hulls were opened surgically." Horothis let the silence gather, tasting it as a courtier might taste wine. Around him, command adepts muttered litanies of focus. Servo skulls drifted through incense and heat haze. Far below, the gun decks continued their slow devotional thunder as macro crews rehearsed loading rites. "A raider haunt," Horothis said at last. "A night world along an active predation route. We pacify it, recover what can be recovered, establish claim and beacon, then present Lord Angevin's accountants with a loyal holding already blooded in the Emperor's name." Keel's jaw tightened. "Or we place our throat beneath the knife that killed those ships." Horothis turned then, fully, and the room remembered that beneath the velvet and dynastic gold stood a man whose ancestors had bought their nobility with atrocity. "My dear Keel," he said, "every throat in this crusade is beneath a knife. Some men simply choose who holds the handle." He descended from the dais with slow grace. Armsmaster Joran Vare waited at the base of the command steps in black flak plate and a long storm coat stiff with old blood and sealant. Vare had the flattened nose and heavy brow of a pit fighter, though he wore his rank with machine-like discipline. A chain of ammunition charms hung across his chest. None were decorative. Each marked a boarding action. Survived. "Prepare landing parties," Hrothis said. Vare did not ask if his lord was certain. Men like him survived by treating certainty as a luxury belonging to those who gave orders from behind void shields. "Strength?" he asked. "Enough to be seen. Enough to hold?" Hrothis smiled again. "That is why I keep you." Within the hour, the Stark Venger opened its belly. Landers fell through the storm like iron verdicts, engines howling, hulls shaking beneath lightning strikes. The first wave carried naval armsmen in sealed ranks, their flak armor dull beneath devotional strips and painted kill prayers. Behind them came gun servitors locked into drop cradles, twitching beneath restraint clamps, while their weapon limbs clicked through targeting exercises. Heavy stubber teams knelt around ammunition drums. Lascannon carts were chained to tracked crawlers. Vox operators clutched shrine casters to their chests and recited calibration hymns through clenched teeth. They made planetfall upon a plain of black glass. The landers crushed old mineral crust beneath their weight, venting steam and exhaust into air that tasted of metal, ash, and distant storms. Loth's sky pressed low and furious above them. Lightning flashed without thunder for several breaths. Then the sound arrived in a rolling wave that made men flinch and servitors twitch against their control spikes. Vare was the first senior officer down the ramp. He did not look impressed by the alien dark. He had seen too many worlds trying to frighten men before killing them. "Bastion pattern," he voxed. "Crawlers forward, stubbers on interlock, Lascannon carts at rear elevation. No man advances alone. No man removes his rebreather. No man fires without order unless he wants my boot through his spine." The armsmen moved with the weary competence of professionals. Flood lumens stabbed into the dark. Tripod guns locked into place. Servo skulls rose on suspensor fields, their eye lenses glowing green as they drifted outward. Heavy crawlers ground across the glass plain, dragging barricade plates, ammo shrines, and portable auspex masts. By the time the second wave landed, the first forward bastion had already begun to take shape under the distant protection of the Stark Venger's orbital guns. Above, the cruiser watched through the storm. Below, Loth watched back. The first sentry vanished before the second bastion was sealed. There was no scream, no gunshot, no alert rune. One moment Armsman Pell was visible on the flank pict feed, a pale lens flare against black stone. The next moment his lumen swung loose from its harness, illuminating nothing but a smear of dust and the shallow marks of boots that had turned too sharply. Vare found the corpse 7 minutes later. It had been placed upright between two shards of glass stone, arms pinned wide, head bowed as if in prayer. The blood was gone, not spilled, gone. His throat had been opened by something thinner than a scalpel, and inside the wound glittered a black shard no longer than a fingernail. Vare crouched before the body. His helm lumen reflected off the shard. "Do not touch it," he said. One of the Medici orderlies ignored him by half a step, leaning close with forceps already raised. The shard twitched. The orderly stiffened, eyes bulging behind his rebreather lenses. He fell backward, convulsing, blood foaming pink through his mask filters. By the time his comrades pinned him down, his veins had gone black beneath the skin. Vare watched until the spasms stopped. "Burn both bodies," he said, "and flog the next man who mistakes curiosity for duty." By the third hour, 4 more sentries were missing. By the 5th, the Vox began speaking in dead voices. At first, it was dismissed as storm interference. Loth's atmosphere chewed signals and spat them back warped. But then Bastion 2 received a transmission from armsman Pell, whose body was by then ash in a blessed disposal pit. His voice came through soft and wet, begging to be let inside. He knew the passphrases. He knew the names of men beside the receiver. He knew who owed gambling debts, who had hidden extra water tablets, who had wept during the drop. The gate officer almost opened the barricade before Vare shot the Voxcaster with his pistol. After that, no one laughed at the darkness. Hrothis received the first picked captures aboard the Stark Venger while standing beneath the hololith of Loth. The images were poor, broken by static and lightning glare. Shadows moved in them, not the formless dark of bad lenses, but figures too thin, too fast, too deliberate. Blade-proud skimmers slipped between storm flashes. Pale masks turned toward the picked skulls, as if aware of being seen. Something laughed across an open channel, high and delighted, before the recording drowned in static. The bridge grew quiet. Hrothis studied the images again. "Eldar," whispered one of the officers. Keel's voice was colder. "Not craft-worlders." Hrothis knew enough of forbidden bestiaries to understand the difference. The craft-world kind were arrogant ghosts. These were knives with souls. "Drukhari," he said. A few men made the sign of the Aquila. One junior officer vomited quietly into his rebreather hood and was dragged from the dais by a discipline serf. Hrothis felt fear then, sharp and clean. He hated that. He hated it more because it excited him. A world haunted by Drukhari meant danger beyond measure, but it also meant proof. Proof of enemies slain, proof of conquest, proof that Basil Hrothis had stood where lesser dynasts would have retreated. "Bombard the coordinates," he ordered. Keel turned. "My lord, those picts are delayed. The contacts will no longer be there." "Then bombard where they were, then where they might be, then where they might flee." The Stark Venger obeyed. From orbit, macro fire fell through the storms. Shells the size of chapel towers screamed into the black plains, bursting among ruins and glass ridges. Fire rose in pillars. Stone became molten rain. The night below flashed white, then red, then black again. Auspec's returns bloomed and died. Armsmen in the bastions cheered until their throats hurt. In the dark beyond the blast radius, the Drukhari watched and learned. They learned the delay between targeting chant and impact. They learned the turning arc of the cruiser's lower batteries. They learned the radius within which human commanders felt safe, and the distance at which fear turned to bravado. They learned which bastion officers kept discipline under bombardment and which looked skyward like children. Then they came. No warning rune marked the raid. No enemy line formed beneath the storm. No drums sounded. The first raider came out of the dark below sensor resolution, its blade prow slicing through black rain, sail vanes snapping with captured lightning. Then another. Then venoms, smaller and crueler, darting between them like murder insects. Their engines screamed with a pitch that set teeth aching inside skulls. Bastion 1 opened fire. Heavy stubbers hammered the night, tracers ripping red lines across the storm. Lascanon beams stabbed upward and cut empty air where skimmers had been a heartbeat before. The Drukhari answered with splinter fire. Needles hissed through the barricades, punching through flak coats, rebreather masks, throats, and eye lenses. Men did not die at once. They fell clawing at themselves, blood turning dark, muscles knotting so hard, bones cracked beneath the skin. A gun crawler lurched forward, its turret hunting. A lance of dark light struck it through the engine block. The vehicle did not explode like Imperial fuel. It folded inward, metal screaming as if crushed by an invisible fist. The crew inside became red pressure forced through the seams. Vare's voice roared across the command net. "Hold fire lanes! Hold fire lanes, damn you! They want you turning!" A venom swept low over Bastion 2. Hooked chains dropped from its underside, each tipped with barbs that moved as though alive. 3 armsmen were snatched from the barricade before their comrades could grab them. One came apart at the waist when 2 chains pulled in different directions. The others vanished upward, screaming into the rain. Hrothis watched from orbit, fists clenched behind his back, his bridge lit by the pulsing red of casualty runes. "Bring the port batteries to bear," he said. Keel did not look away from the helm display. "They are too close to our own." "Then our own had best pray well." The port batteries fired. The planes below convulsed. A raider vanished in the blast, its wreckage spinning away in burning shards. For a moment, triumph surged through the command deck. Then the picked feed cleared and showed empty ground where the main Drukhari force had already been. They had baited the shot. Half of Bastion 3 was gone. Keel said nothing. Hrothis felt the eyes of his officers on him and knew that command required either humility or more arrogance than doubt could pierce. He chose the latter. He had always chosen the latter. "Continue engagement," he said. "They bleed, therefore they die." Down on Loth, Ver stood behind a barricade slick with poison and blood, firing his pistol into the shape of a pale masked rider that swept too close. The shot struck nothing vital. The rider turned its mask toward him. Even across the distance, Ver knew it was smiling. The raid lasted less than 9 minutes. When it ended, the Drukhari left no ground occupied, no banner planted, no corpses worth counting. They left only the dead, the poisoned, the missing, and the knowledge that they could come and go as they pleased. Above the battlefield, hidden within storm shadow and the static wake of his skimmer, Archon Saver K reclined upon the deck of his raider and listened to the human screams fading over stolen vox channels. His armor was the color of old bruises and wet obsidian, edged with barbs fine enough to cut mist. His helm rested beside him, revealing a face too elegant to be anything but monstrous. Around him, his Cabalites waited in reverent silence, while the night wind carried the stink of burned men up from the plain. Saver watched the wounded cruiser glimmer beyond the storm. "Not yet," he said. One of his lieutenants bowed. "The rogue trader lives." "Of course he lives. He must be taught the shape of his error." Below, the human bastions burned. Above, the stark Venger turned in orbit, proud and angry, still believing itself the hunter. Saver smiled. Let Basil Hrothis keep his courage a while longer. Let him spend shells. Let him spend men. Let him believe Loth was a prize that resisted his taking. The raider banked silently toward the deeper storm, vanishing into darkness that welcomed it like a lover. "This world was never his prize," Saver whispered. "It was bait." Saver K stood within the suspended heart of his torture spire and listened to the music of mankind. The chamber hung beneath the belly of his skimmer barge like a hooked jewel, all black glass, barbed silver and nerve wire. It swayed gently as the vessel drifted through Loth's storms, hidden inside cloud shadow and electrical fury. Around him, the walls were alive with captured sound. Screams moved through crystal organs set in the architecture, drawn from the throats of men taken from the black plains below. Each cry was separated, refined, sharpened, and played back through splintered wraithbone chimes until pain became melody. One voice begged for water, another repeated the name of a saint until the word lost all shape. A third tried to pray but could not remember how. Saver listened with his eyes half closed, fingers resting on the arm of his throne, as if following the rhythm of a courtly aria. To lesser minds, pain was a crude thing, a noise, a response to injury, a weakness. To the Drukhari, pain was wealth, it was nourishment, it was proof of superiority and the coin of dark courts. It purchased loyalty, distracted enemies, humiliated rivals, and fed the ancient hunger clawing at the soul. To Saver K, Archon of the Shadowed Thorns, pain was also theatre. The suffering of captives meant nothing unless shaped before an audience. A scream became art only when it was arranged, prolonged, echoed,
and made to teach. The humans did not understand that yet. They thought themselves soldiers. They thought their barricades mattered. They thought their guns, their oaths, their corpse gods' names carved into their weapon stocks. All of it meant they had entered a war. Saver smiled as a fresh scream joined the music. No, he whispered to the empty air, not a war. He looked down through the transparent floor of the torture spire. Far beneath him, Loth's black plains rolled under stormlight, interrupted by the hard little wounds of human bastions. Their flood lumens stabbed into the darkness. Their gun crawlers idled behind barricades. Their sentries turned in nervous patterns, eyes searching outward, always outward, as if their danger would be honest enough to approach from a single direction. Livestock, he said softly. Livestock that built its own pens. A Kabbalite warrior kneeling near the doorway bowed his helmed head. His armor was bladed and lacquered.
In shadow blue, every edge poisoned, every plate worked with thorn patterns, fine enough to draw blood from a careless hand. My Archon, the humans reinforce the water processors. Their arms master has doubled the watch rotations. He has ordered the sentries to move in pairs. Then he learns, Savior said. Shall we kill him? Savior laughed. The chamber savored the sound and sent it whispering through the pain chimes. Do not be vulgar. A useful animal is not butchered at the first sign of wit. He will teach the others to hope. Then he will teach them what hope costs. The Kabbalite inclined his head again. As you will. Savior rose from his throne and drifted toward the chamber's outer balcony. The railing was carved from the bones of a creature he had never bothered to name. Wind rushed through the spire's open barbs, cold and mineral heavy, carrying the scent of ozone, burned metal, and human fear. Around the skimmer barge, raiders and venoms moved in graceful formation, visible only when lightning turned their blade hulls into silver ghosts. Beneath them, the war had already become exactly what Saivir intended. There would be no line of battle, no proud clash beneath guns, no heroic stand for the mortals to sing about while dying. The shadowed thorns did not spend lives where terror could be made to spend the enemies. They struck where the humans were least glorious. Water processors, medici tents, ammunition crawlers, vox relays, isolated pickets, latrine lines, prayer circles, stretcher parties, men carrying wounded comrades, men asleep beside cooling guns, men who believed that because the last attack had come from the east, the next would not come from beneath the floor. The Imperials were strong when assembled. That was the flaw in them. They imagined discipline was a wall. Saivir knew discipline was a string. Tug one place, and the whole pattern tightened. Tug again, and men began to choke themselves. On the western approach to Bastion 4, a team of armsmen dragged a cracked water purifier behind a tracked hauler, while servo skulls drifted above them. A venom ghosted low through the storm, its pilot laughing behind a mirrored mask. Shard carbines whispered, not roared, not cracked, whispered. 3 men dropped instantly, needles punching through rebreather filters and flak collars. The 4th remained upright long enough to look confused, then vomited black blood into his mask as the toxin found his heart. The hauler kept moving until a haywire grenade landed beneath its forward axle. The machine spirit screamed through sparks and burst conduits. Tracks locked. The engine spasmed. A servitor wired into the control cradle thrashed as its augmetics cooked from the inside, flesh blistering around brass sockets. The venom did not stay to finish the kill. It was already gone, leaving the armsmen in Bastion 4 with dry throats and a dead purifier. Near the medici tents of Bastion 6, a witch cult murder pack struck under chemfog. They did not come for the able-bodied. They came for the wounded. Razor flails hissed through canvas and meat alike, spinning chains carving red mist from bodies too injured to fight back. A naval surgeon raised a bone saw like a weapon and lost both hands to Hydra gauntlets before he could scream. shard nets snapped around orderlies, dragging them from the tent into the dark, where laughing figures cut them free only after cutting pieces from them first. At a Vox relay tower outside Bastion 3, Cabalites walked calmly through mortar smoke, splinter rifles held low. Their shots were deliberate, each toxin shard placed into a throat, groin, armpit, or eye. Men died slowly there, gurgling into the transmission array, and when the relay officer tried to send warning, his own Vox answered him in the voice of his dead brother. In every place, the shadowed thorns struck and withdrew. Never enough force to be trapped. Never enough time for orbital guns to answer. Never enough corpses left behind for the humans to count victory. The Imperials burned ammunition into darkness, and the darkness gave nothing back except laughter. Saiva watched it all through picked scryers and soul mirrors, pleased but not satisfied. He had tasted simple panic. He wanted degradation. He wanted the rogue trader to feel the campaign slipping from conquest into violation. He wanted Basil Horothis to understand, slowly and in public, that command was meaningless when every order merely arranged the next harvest. A chime sounded behind him, a wet little note like a scalpel tapping bone. The doors of the torture spire unfolded. Homunculus Vraxhull entered without bowing. He was tall in the way a stretched corpse is tall, thin beneath layers of surgical leather, hooks, chains, and vials of luminous fluids. His spine rose higher than his shoulders in a ridge of implanted metal, and his face had been altered into a mask of serene dissatisfaction. Around him moved his racks, each one a crafted obscenity of stitched muscle, exposed tendon, polished bone, and implanted instruments. Liquefier weapons hung from their harnesses, their reservoirs sloshing with alchemical venom. Ossifactors, hooked blades, injector gauntlets, and curved saws glinted beneath the spire's cold light. Vraxhull carried a staff made from vertebrae threaded through black wire. Small faces, not all human, had been grafted along its length. Some still blinked. "My dear Needle Saint," Saver said, turning with a smile, "you arrive late." "I arrive when the flesh has ripened," Vraxhull replied. His voice was dry, cultured, and bored. "Before that, I would be a farmer staring at seeds." "You have heard the music?" "I have heard waste. Your warriors kill too quickly." "My warriors are composing a siege. Your warriors are children throwing knives at fruit." Several Cabalites stiffened. Saiva lifted one finger, and no one moved. Vraxhull stepped closer to one of the crystal organs set into the wall. A human voice trembled inside it, repeating pleas to a mother who would never hear. The homunculus listened for a moment, then clicked his tongue. "Voidborn," he said. "Strong lungs. Altered calcium density from low-gravity ancestry. Poorly used. I would have taken the ribs first and played them with his own nerves." Saver's smile sharpened. "You are here by contract, not command. I am here because your raid promised rarity. I want officers who have known the void since birth. I want astropaths still warm from failed sending. I want tech adepts with machine dogma burned into their pain responses. I want the ones who do not break properly. There are many humans below. Most are meat with uniforms. Meat feeds. Meat can be made to sing better, if not spoiled by impatience." Saver regarded him for a long moment. Vraxhull was useful, which made him irritating. His coven engines could break barricades that Cabalites would rather dance around. His racks could harvest under fire. His liquefier weapons could reduce adamantine plating, sandbags, flak armor, and human bodies into the same sloughing ruin. He also owed loyalty to nothing except his own appetites, and in that, at least, he was honest. "You may take from the next breach," Saver said, "not the rogue trader." Vraxhull's black eyes narrowed. "The Dynasty Lord is the finest specimen. The Dynasty Lord is mine. For politics? For art? For vanity?" Saver laughed again. "What else is art?" Below, the humans were adapting. Armsmaster Joran Vare had not slept for more than scraps of time stolen upright against barricades. His face was grey under the grime, his left cheek blistered from splinter toxin that Medici had cut away with a sanctified knife. He stood at Bastion 9 beneath a canopy of flickering lumen strips, watching men dig fresh trench lines through glassy soil with entrenching tools and industrial cutters. "Overlap the stubbers," he growled. "No blind mouths. I want every approach crossed by 3 guns, tripwire mines in the ash lanes, servo skulls above head height and below knee height. The bastards crawl, fly and dance, so stop assuming they like roads." An armsman sergeant saluted with shaking fingers. "Chem flares, Lord?" "All of them." "All of them?" Vare turned slowly. The sergeant swallowed. "All of them, aye." "Good. Anyone found hoarding flares, water, ammunition or courage gets nailed to the barricade as a lesson." At the rear of the bastion, 2 deserters already hung from crane hooks beneath devotional placards. They were not dead. Vare had ordered them kept breathing for as long as the Medici could manage. Not because he enjoyed it, because fear needed to face both directions. The Drukhari owned the dark beyond the wire. Vare owned the ground inside it. He understood more, now than he had during the first raid. The Xenos hated predictable courage, because they could turn it into choreography. A brave charge became a killing lane. A rescue attempt became bait. A shouted oath gave away a throat. They did not merely kill men. They taught every survivor to imagine how he would be taken next. So Vare made his men boring. No lone heroes, no pursuit, no vengeance runs into the storm, no answering screams, no opening gates for familiar voices. Fire by order, fall back by order, die by order. The Drukhari wanted drama. Vare gave them drill. High above, aboard the Stark Venger, Basil Horothis tried diplomacy. The open Vox channel crackled across Loth's storm-racked bands, carried by the cruiser's remaining authority and arrogance. Horothis stood in the command cathedral, with his coat cleaned, his throat brace polished, and his hair bound in a noble's clasp. The performance mattered. Even if the Xenos could not see him, his officers could. "To the Raider Lord presently infesting the world below," Horothis said, voice amplified through cathedral speakers and planetary vox. "I am Basil Horothis, bearer of sacred warrant, servant of the throne by ancient compact, master of the cruiser Stark Venger, and lawful claimant by blood and conquest. You have taken personnel under my protection. You have damaged property under dynastic seal. You have interfered with an imperial crusade. Name ransom and terms, and I will consider them before I scour your hiding places into ash." Static breathed. Keel stood at the helm pulpit, eyes fixed on the void returns. "You think they will bargain?" he asked quietly. Horothis covered the Vox pickup with 2 fingers. "Everyone bargains. Orcs do not. Orcs are not everyone." The Vox clicked. A new voice entered the command cathedral. It spoke perfect Gothic. Not fluent. Perfect. Too perfect. Each syllable was shaped with antique precision, the accent formal, courtly, and poisoned with amusement. "Basil Horothis," said Saver K. "How brightly you declare ownership of things you cannot keep." Several officers made warding signs. A scribe servitor began recording automatically, its quill hand scratching across parchment. Horothis smiled thinly. "And you are?" "A listener." "A coward, then. Listeners hide. Predators listen. Prey announce themselves." Horothis let that pass. "Return my personnel. Withdraw from Loth. I will offer ransom in penal bodies from my lower holds, promethium allotments, refined metals, and certain sealed artifacts recovered from prior expeditions. Continue your predation, and I will burn every ruin on this world until your ashes have no shadow to hide in." Savior sighed over the Vox, almost fondly. "You offer slaves to those who have already entered your pens. You offer fuel to those who drink terror. You offer trinkets to those who have tasted your pride and found it amusing. Name your price." "The price has been paid." Herothis' expression did not change, but Keel saw the muscles tighten at the corner of his jaw. "And what coin do you imagine you have taken?" The answer came with a chorus behind it. The stolen screams of Herothis' armsmen, layered and refined until the bridge crew stood frozen in the sound of their own men begging. "This," Saviour said, "this is sufficient for now." Herothis cut the channel with a sharp motion. For several breaths, only the hum of the command cathedral remained. Then Keel spoke. "My lord, not now. They do not want to win quickly." I said not now. Keel looked at the world below. "This enemy is not rebellion, not piracy." Herothis turned on him, anger flashing. "You think I need instruction in Xenos threat classification? I think you need to hear what you already know. Rebels want survival. Human pirates want profit. Orcs want battle. These creatures want duration. The siege itself feeds them." Herothis stared at him. Keel did not bow. At last the rogue trader looked back to the hololith of Loth, where Bastion 9 pulsed as a hard point of Imperial resistance beneath storm static. "Then we deny them duration," he said. "We kill enough that even monsters learn caution." The first major ground battle began at Bastion 9. It started with silence. The chem flares had burned low, staining the ash fields green and yellow. Servo skulls drifted in overlapping spirals. Armsmen waited in ranked firing positions behind barricades of crawler plating, sandbags, ammunition crates, and broken slabs of alien stone. Autocannon nests covered the main approach. Heavy stubbers watched the flanks. Lascannon carts held their fire beneath tarpaulin shrouds. Men breathed through rebreathers and fear. Vare walked the line with his pistol drawn. "No shouting unless you are dying," he said. "No dying unless ordered." A few men laughed. It was an ugly sound, but it was human. Then lightning cracked across the sky, and the Drukhari came through the ruins. Raiders threaded between the black stone formations, sails snapping, hulls angled so low their keels almost kissed the ground. Venoms flickered around them, weaving through patterns that made Auspex spirits stutter and squeal. Cabalites rode the skimmers like murder statues, splinter rifles raised. Behind them came reavers, their blade veins whispering through ash and leaping shapes with shard nets and hooked weapons. "Hold," Vare voxed. Splinter fire hissed into the barricades. Men jerked and fell. One armsman's head snapped backward as toxin shards punched through both eyes. Another screamed as his neck swelled black around a wound no wider than a needle prick. "Hold!" A raider turned broadside, dark lance charging with a sound like reality inhaling. "Now!" Bastion 9 fired. Lasfire rose in disciplined sheets. Not panicked, not glorious. Disciplined. Red beams filled the lanes Vare had forced the enemy to enter. Heavy stubbers hammered skimmer hulls. Autocannons opened with a brutal rhythmic thud, shells chasing one venom through a lightning flash and tearing its port engine apart. The venom spun. For a heartbeat it seemed too graceful to fall. Then it struck the ground, blade prow first, and cartwheeled through ash and glass. Its riders were flung clear. One vanished beneath the wreckage. Another rose with impossible agility, only to be cut apart by 3 converging laser guns. A third crawled from the burning ruin, armor cracked, mask split. The armsman saw blood, alien blood. A roar went up from Bastion 9. Vare did not stop it. Men needed something before the dark took the sound away. "Target the wreck," he ordered. "No trophies, no prisoners. Burn it." The order came too late. One squad had already pushed forward, drunk on the impossible fact that the nightmare could bleed. They surrounded the fallen Drukhari warrior, bayonets and laser guns leveled, cursing, laughing, shaking with battle fury. The Xenos looked up through its broken mask. Its armor opened, not physically, not like plates parting, more like a flower made of knives unfolding. A cloud of neurotoxin burst outward, faintly violet in the flare light. The nearest men dropped at once. Others staggered, clawing at masks, fingers raking through rubber seals and skin. One tore his own throat open trying to breathe. Another fired blindly into his comrades as his nerves burned false visions through his skull. "Back!" Ver snarled. "Back, you stupid bastards!" Racks came through the smoke. They moved under covering splinter fire, hunched and eager, surgical tools clicking. The armsmen shot several. It did not matter. The Racks reached the wreck and began collecting what remained of the fallen Drukhari. A severed arm, a cracked helm, strings of tissue, shattered ribs. They took everything useful with delicate reverence while men died around them. Not sentiment, Ver realized. Inventory. He put a bolt from his pistol through one Rack's skull. It folded without drama. Another immediately harvested the corpse's instruments before withdrawing into the smoke. The battle lasted nearly an hour. Humans died in dozens, then scores, then hundreds. The Drukhari lost far fewer, but they lost visibly. A raider burned against a ruin. A Reaver pilot hung impaled on a barricade strut, still twitching when Ver ordered it incinerated. Splinter weapons were captured and sealed in hazard caskets. Men cheered around the fires only after Ver's provosts beat them back from the bodies. Bastion 9 held. That was the report sent upward. A victory, in the language of war. A lie, in every other tongue. Aboard the Stark Venger, Hrothis watched the casualty tallies crawl across brass-framed screens. The enemy had been blooded. His men had held. His guns had functioned. His arms master had adapted. By every doctrine of mortal war, this was progress. Yet the screams over the Vox had changed. They no longer held only panic. There was something worse now. Expectation. Men had seen the enemy bleed and had learned that even victory could poison the air, steal the wounded, and leave the dead unsafe to touch. Keel stood beside him in the command cathedral, silent as the hololith crackled. Hrothis spoke without looking at him. "You were right." Keel's augmetic eyes clicked softly. "That brings me no comfort. These things are not raiders in the way men understand raiding. They are not here for territory. No. Not supplies. No. Not even slaughter." Keel watched the storm-wrapped planet turn. "No, my lord. Slaughter ends too quickly." Hrothis' hand tightened around the head of his cane. "They want the wound kept open. Because the wound feeds them." Below, in the deepening storm, Saver K listened to the aftermath of Bastion 9 and tasted the bitterness of it. Not defeat. No. The humans had not defeated him. They had merely endured a lesson. Still, endurance had its own flavor. It would make the breaking finer. Vraxhul stood nearby, inspecting the recovered remains of the fallen Drukhari warrior. His Racks had arranged the pieces on a silver surgical tray. He seemed neither angered nor saddened, only interested. "Wasteful armor response," the homunculus said. "Effective, but inelegant. The toxin bloom overcooked several useful organs. It killed cheering humans. Anything can kill cheering humans." Saver ignored him and watched the distant lights of the Stark Venger through the storm. The cruiser remained the true problem. Its orbital guns forced patience. Its shadow gave the mortals a spine. So long as Basil Hrothis could look upward and believe his dynasty's steel watched over him, he would never fully understand helplessness. The Archon turned to a kneeling messenger. "Summon the Razorwing pilots." The Kabbalite bowed low. "At once, my Archon." Vraxhul's thin mouth curved. "At last. You intend to wound the ship?" "No," Saver said, eyes reflecting lightning. "I intend to embarrass it." The screams in the torture spire softened, as if the chamber itself leaned closer to hear him. Strength is crude. Destruction is common. Basil Hrothis believes his cruiser is a throne above the battlefield. We will show him it is merely another body. We will cut the tendons first, then the pride, then the throat. Beyond the spire, Loth's storms opened and closed like jaws. Saver smiled into the dark. Begin the true game. The command cathedral of the Stark Venger had taught itself to lie. Its machine spirits purred through damaged relays with the steady confidence of old iron. Its lumen crowns burned in solemn gold above ranks of brass consoles and kneeling adepts. Its hololithic projection of Loth spun beneath a crown of tactical runes, each one marking a landing zone, a bastion, a crawler route, a weapons cache, a medici point, a kill zone. The planet remained black beneath its storms, but the map had become comforting. Men found courage in lines and symbols. They mistook the act of naming danger for the act of mastering it. Basil Horothis watched the turning globe from the upper dais and allowed himself the smallest measure of satisfaction. Bastion 9 still held. Bastion 4 had repaired one water processor. Bastion 3 had restored a partial Vox relay after the previous array was found strung with the tongues of its operators. Armsmaster Vare had imposed order with mines, overlapping fields of fire and public executions. The Drukhari were still out there, certainly, but their attacks had become less frequent since the massed lasfire at Bastion 9 had brought down one of their skimmers. The officers around Horothis believed this meant caution. Some believed it meant fear. That was the most dangerous lie the cathedral told. A captain of household infantry stood near the lower tactical rail, one hand resting on his saber hilt. They have tasted disciplined resistance, my lord. Xenos raiders thrive on terror, not attrition. They will withdraw once the cost exceeds amusement. Keel said nothing. Horothis noticed that more than he noticed the captain's confidence. Master Helmsman Orgef Keel had been quiet since the last casualty reports. He stood at the helm. Pulpit with his gaunt hands locked around the control spines, his augmetic eyes fixed not upon the planet's image, but on the raw Auspex returns feeding through the ship's deeper senses. The old voidsman listened to the stark Venger, as other men listened to priests. Horothis descended one step from the dais. You disagree, Keel. Keel's lenses clicked. The storms are moving wrong. The household captain scoffed before he remembered rank. Horothis spared him a glance cold enough to silence him. Define wrong, Horothis said. The upper cloud banks are shearing against lower electrical flow. Something is climbing through them. An Auspex adept hunched over his station, mechadendrites twitching. No confirmed contact, Lord. Interference exceeds reliable threshold. The machine spirit rejects hostile classification. Keel's jaw tightened. Then stop asking it politely. The adept looked offended. Master Helmsman, the augur rites are being observed. The enemy is not observing them with us. A flicker crossed one of the secondary hololiths, a smear of heat, there and gone. Another appeared beneath it, rising through the storms from the planet's night side, vanishing before a targeting rune could close. More ghosts followed. Not ships. Too small. Too fast. They came and went, like knives glimpsed underwater. Keel leaned into the pulpit. Needles slid from the helm interface and bit into the flesh of his wrists. He did not flinch. Port attitude thrusters. Burn now. Raise prow by 6 degrees. Roll us away from the night-side glare. The officer of the watch turned sharply. No maneuver has been ordered. Keel's hands closed harder on the spines. It has now. Horothis had not yet spoken. The stark Venger moved anyway. Deep in the cruiser's bones, thruster chapels woke in protest. Incense burners shattered as emergency pressure flushed through sacred pipes. The ship groaned, a vast old beast angered from sleep, and began to roll above Loth's storm-choked curve. Horothis felt the deck tilt beneath his boots. Around him, officers clutched rails and adepts hissed Binharic alarm. Keel, he said, voice soft. Razor wings, Keel answered. The word cut the cathedral's false calm open. The contacts came clear for less than a heartbeat. Blade-shaped aircraft, black against black, rising from the storm beneath the cruiser's orbital plane. Drukhari jet fighters, narrow and vicious, their hulls drinking lightning until their edges burned violet white. They had used Loth's electrical violence as a cloak, climbing under the Stark Venger's sensor shadow, hidden by storm glare, heat bloom, and the arrogance of men looking outward instead of down. Then they struck. The first dark lance hit the lower void shield emitter. Reality cracked blue across the hololith. The shield did not fail at once. It screamed. The cathedral speakers caught the sound of the machine spirit's pain and spilled it through every deck, a metallic howl that made teeth ache and servitors spasm against their restraints. A second lance punched into the field beside the first, and the shield collapsed in a rain of burning static. "Point defense," Herothis snapped. "All lower batteries. Kill them." The gunnery decks answered with bells and blood. Macro flak batteries slewed downward through half-completed firing arcs. Turret crews were dragged into position by load harnesses, chanting broken rites as shell feeds clattered alive. Servitors hardwired into targeting thrones opened their mouths and screamed streams of targeting data through brass vox grills. The lower hull erupted in defensive fire, filling the storm beneath the cruiser with flak bursts, tracer streams, and desperate laser beams. One razor wing was caught mid-climb. A macro flak shell burst beneath its wing, lifting the aircraft in a blossom of dirty fire. A turret beam speared through its engine. The jet fighter came apart in strips, its elegant hull flensing open, pilot and cockpit reduced to burning fragments. Wreckage skipped across the Stark Venger's underside, scraping along armor plating like a butchered insect dragged across a cathedral floor. Men cheered. The others completed their run. Monocythe missiles rose through the flak in elegant arcs. They did not fly like Imperial ordnance. They curved, corrected, twisted aside from chaff blooms and defensive lasfire, then split into screaming crescents of monomolecular death. One struck the starboard attitude cluster. Another cut through a secondary plasma baffle. A third detonated against the drive cowling, and the cruiser's stern vanished in a white flash that turned every picked screen blind. The Stark Venger lurched. Gravity failed for one breath. Men rose from the deck, robes, blood, parchment strips, and loose tools floating in sudden silence. Then the emergency grav engines slammed back into life with brutal overcorrection. Crewmen hit the deck hard enough to break bones. One bridge scribe struck the edge of a brass console face first and came apart across it, skull opening like wet ceramic, his quill hand still twitching as parchment drank his blood. Alarms began howling, not chimes, not bells, howls. Red light flooded the command cathedral. The hololith of Loth distorted, then steadied, now much larger, too large. "We are losing orbital hold," Keel said. The captain of household infantry had fallen against the tactical rail. Blood ran from his nose. "Drive status," a tech adept answered, in a voice made thin by terror. "Primary drives crippled, secondary ignition failing, starboard attitude cluster unresponsive, void shield emitters lower quadrant dead, plasma baffle rupture in stern sanctum, machine spirit wrathful, machine spirit in pain." "Appease it," Herothis said. The adept looked up at him, horrified. "With what, Lord?" "With whatever it accepts." Another razor wing pass ripped beneath them. Dark light speared through the wounded stern. Somewhere far below the command cathedral, a drive shrine exploded. The shockwave climbed through the cruiser's spine. Statues tore loose from alcoves and crashed down into the crew pits. A marble saint fell across a row of cogitator adepts, crushing men and consoles alike beneath its gilded mass. One servitor remained wired to his station as fire washed over him, flesh blackening, augmetic eyes still tracking targets, while his organic lungs cooked inside his ribcage. "Launch interceptors," someone shouted. "They would never clear the bays," Keel replied. "Then lifeboats," another officer said. "Escape pods, dynasty evacuation protocols." The cathedral heard him. That was all it took. Panic moved faster than fire. Officers looked towards sealed exits. Adepts abandoned proper rites and began clutching at personal charms. A junior noble in Herothis colors stumbled toward the rear lift, whispering about the warrant, about survival, about bloodline preservation. A provost shot him through the knee before he reached the doors. Hrothis raised his voice for the first time since the attack began. "No pods." The words cracked across the command vox. A dozen men turned toward him. The wounded junior noble screamed on the floor. Hrothis stood on the upper stair beneath raining dust and falling sparks, one hand gripping the rail, the other wrapped around the head of his cane, hard enough to whiten his knuckles. "No pods," he repeated. "No lifeboats, no scattered meat for the Xenos. We abandon ship into that storm, and we deliver ourselves into their hands by the thousand. The Stark Venger lands as one body, or dies as one body." Keel looked at him then. For all the years between them, all the arguments, all the quiet contempt of a voidsman for a lord born above decks, there was something like approval in the old helmsman's ruined face. "Controlled planetfall is not landing," Keel said. "I know. It is impact negotiated with death. Then negotiate." Keel turned back to the helm. The razor wings came again, but the cruiser was falling now, and their angles were changing. They had crippled the beast. They had not expected it to dive toward its own grave with intent. "Seal lower decks," Keel voxed. "All non-essential compartments beneath the cargo spine to martyr lock. Vent plasma through stern wounds. Emergency ballast release. Bow thrusters to full burn on my mark." A deck officer stared at him. "There are crew still below the cargo spine." Keel's eyes clicked. "There are crew everywhere." Hrothis did not countermand him. The Stark Venger began killing itself to survive. Bulkhead gates slammed down across the lower levels. Men trapped on the wrong side beat bloody fists against adamantine doors, while red warning runes pronounced them sacrificed to ship integrity. Plasma vented from the stern in a furious sunbright plume, burning through damaged decks, taking machine shrines, crew dormitories, munition chapels, and men who had no time to learn why they were dying. Ballast vaults opened, spilling tons of dead weight, cargo, broken vehicles, and sealed contraband into the storm. Keel rode the ship down. Smoke filled the helm pulpit. An electrical lash from an overloaded interface struck across his face, burning one augmetic lens black and splitting the skin from temple to jaw. He did not release the control spines. More needles entered his wrists, his forearms, the sides of his neck. The helm accepted his body as an offering and fed him the agony of the cruiser. He saw through the Stark Venger's dying senses. He felt the broken stern dragging like a severed limb. He felt the port thrusters biting weakly. He felt the atmosphere clawing at the hull, the angle too steep, the speed murderous, the planet swelling beneath them like a god's fist. "Bow thrusters," he said. Blood ran from his mouth. "Now!" The bow thrusters fired. The cruiser's prow lifted by a fraction. Not enough for salvation, enough for survival. Loth filled the cathedral windows. The storm swallowed them whole. For several minutes, there was no battle. There was only descent. Lightning crawled across the hull in rivers. Armor plates peeled away. Heat made the outer pict feeds blind. The Stark Venger screamed through the atmosphere, trailing fire, wreckage, and the corpses of men vented from broken compartments. Inside, gravity became a mad god. Crewmen were thrown through railings, into ceilings, across chapels, down stairwells. In the gun decks, shell chains snapped and macro rounds rolled loose, crushing loading crews into paste. In the debtor holds, cages tore free and became tumbling coffins. In the reliquary halls, saints burned beside thieves. Hrothis was hurled from the dais when a support column cracked. He struck the lower deck hard, shoulder dislocating, breath driven from him. Around him, the command cathedral had become a slaughterhouse. Brass rails were bent, consoles burned, men screamed beneath fallen stone saints. A servo skull spun in frantic circles, trailing smoke, and one dangling human eye caught in its manipulator claw. Keel remained standing, only because the helm had nailed him in place. "Impact in moments," he said. His voice came through every deck, calm and shredded. "All hands braced by the Emperor's mercy." There was no mercy. The Stark Venger hit Loth like a falling city. Its keel struck first, ploughing into the black plain with such force that glass stone erupted in waves. The prow carved a trench wide enough to swallow hab blocks. Lower decks compacted instantly. Entire communities of crew, prisoners, servitors and ratings crushed into red darkness before sound could reach them. The cruiser bounced once, tearing its own spine open, then slammed down again and dragged itself across the world in a storm of fire, molten stone and screaming metal. Mountains of black glass shattered before it. Ruins vanished beneath its mass. Its starboard flank tore open and spilled burning machinery across the plain. Its port macro galleries collapsed inward, shells cooking off in chain detonations that punched fire through gun crews and devotional bulkheads. A lance turret broke free, tumbled ahead of the ship, and was crushed beneath the prow it had once defended. The trench behind the Stark Venger glowed red. The ship slowed. It turned, unwillingly, dragged by its own ruin. At last, with a final groan that seemed to shake the storm clouds apart, the cruiser came to rest against a ridge of black stone, tilted like a slain leviathan. Silence followed. Not true silence. Nothing in war was ever truly silent. Fires crackled, metal popped and screamed as it cooled. Ammunition cooked off in distant compartments. Men cried in the dark. The wounded prayed, cursed, begged for water, called for officers, called for fathers, called for the Emperor, called for death. Somewhere deep in the ship, a damaged machine spirit repeated the same warning chime again and again to a compartment where no living ears remained. Horothis woke to the taste of blood. For several breaths, he did not know where he was. Then he saw the command cathedral slanting above him at an impossible angle, its golden lumen crowns shattered, its saints broken, its floor painted red. He pushed himself upright with one arm and bit down hard as his dislocated shoulder shrieked. "Keel!" he rasped. The helmsman hung in the helm pulpit. The interface needles held him upright. Smoke rose from his coat. One of his augmetic eyes was dark. The other glowed faintly. "Alive," Keel said. "Ship?" Keel's ruined mouth twitched. It was not a smile. "Present." Horothis laughed once, and the sound became a cough. Across the broken cruiser, survivors began the work of becoming defenders. Armsmaster Vare emerged from a collapsed transit spine with blood running down one side of his face and a shotgun in his hands. He had been planet-bound during the fall, dragged back toward the crash site by the sight of his lord's ship tearing the sky apart. Now he stood at the edge of a starboard breach, large enough for tanks to drive through, and stared into the burning interior of the dynasty's pride. "Move!" he snarled at the men around him. "You want to die looking? The Xenos will be here before the fires settle. Barricades at every breach, stubbers covering cargo vaults, Lascanon carts to the high galleries if any still have wheels, seal corridors that lead nowhere, mark the ones that lead to air, water, and ammunition." One armsman staggered past him, armor burning at the shoulder. He was screaming too hard to hear orders. Confessor Malrek Gant caught him by the gorget and dragged him down with surprising strength. The confessor's robes were scorched, his scalp split, his face grey with ash. He pressed a small aquila of blackened iron against the burning man's helm. "Name him," Gant commanded. The armsman screamed. "Name him." "The Emperor," the man sobbed. "Again. The Emperor. Again." The man's voice broke into a howl as Medici orderlies cut his armor open and tore burned cloth from cooked flesh. Around them, other survivors took up the words, not as comfort, not as hope, as rhythm, as defiance, as something to fill the spaces where panic wanted to breed. "The Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor." Gant lifted his head and began a hymn in a voice scraped raw by smoke. Men joined while dragging bodies. Men joined while loading guns. Men joined while dying in their own armor. The song spread through the tilted command decks, manufactorum holds, gun corridors and cargo vaults of the ruined cruiser, thin at first, then louder, then ugly with need. The Stark Venger was no longer a ship. It was a fortress made from its own corpse. Above the wreck, the storm rolled and flashed. Far from the crash trench, upon a ridge of glass stone still warm from the cruiser's passing, Saiva K watched the broken vessel burn. His raider hovered beside the ridge, sails flexing in the storm wind. Razorwing pilots circled high above like carrion blades, their work complete. Around the Archon, the shadowed thorns gathered in silence, waiting for praise, orders, or victims. Vraxel stood slightly apart, head tilted as he admired the crash site with the expression of a sculptor considering raw material. Saiva laughed, not because the prey was defeated. Defeat was dull. Corpses were simple. A dead cruiser in an empty plane would have been a disappointment. But this was better. The humans had not scattered. They had not escaped. They had not died cleanly in the fall. They had survived inside a ruin with wounds, pride, chain of command, guns, water stores, medici bays, dark corridors, and hope enough to keep them struggling. The cage had fallen from the sky and built itself around them. Saiva breathed in the smoke, the terror, the distant hymn crawling through stolen Vox static. "Yes," he whispered, "now you understand the shape of the game." Below, the Stark Venger burned like a wounded altar in the endless night of Loth, and the dark around it began to move. The first days after the fall were measured not by dawn, for Loth had none, but by ammunition expended, bodies burned, and the number of times the darkness tried to speak with stolen voices. The Stark Venger lay broken across the black plain, like a god slain in the act of judgment. Its prow had buried itself in a ridge of glass stone. Its stern bled fire into the storm. Its spine was twisted, its lower decks crushed into sealed tombs where thousands of souls had died without even the mercy of terror. The cruiser had not landed. It had survived impact by refusing to understand that it was dead. Inside its slanted corridors, men learned to live sideways. Bulkheads became floors. Floors became walls. Shrine niches opened over sudden drops into smoke-filled shafts. The old order of the vessel, with nobles above and debtors below, had been ruined by gravity, impact, and fire. Ratings slept beside house guards. Bond prisoners hauled ammunition under the eyes of provosts. Officers bled in the same medici queues as furnace men and gun deck loaders. The ship was no longer a dynasty's pride. It was a fortress made from wreckage, and every survivor inside it was either useful or already counted among the dead. Armsmaster Joran Ver made the first map with a grease pencil, a flensed door panel, and the assistance of 3 half-blind deck scribes. He divided the corpse ship into kill zones. The bridge reliquary held the command cathedral and the sealed approaches beneath it, where Basil Horothis still ruled from a throne bolted to a tilted dais. The port macro gallery became a fortress of shell chains, broken loading cranes and gun crews who slept beside their remaining ammunition like penitents beside relics. The enginarium spine was a nightmare of heat, smoke, exposed plasma conduits, and shrieking machine spirits, but its surviving reactors fed the guns, so it had to be held. The lower cargo sepulchres were the crushed underworld of the ship, packed with containers, cages, dead servitors, spilled promethium and corridors where the dark was thick enough to feel. The chapel of St. Corda was intact by miracle or malice, its marble saints cracked but standing, its altar now a triage slab. The shattered starboard wound, where an entire flank of the vessel had torn open to Loth's black air, became known as the Black Mouth. Men died naming it. Ver stood before that breach on the 3rd day of the siege, boots planted in ash and congealed blood, stormcoats snapping in the wind that breathed through the ship. Beyond the torn armor plating, Loth waited beneath lightning. Flood lumens stabbed outward into mineral dust. Heavy stubbers watched the dark. Autocannon teams knelt behind plates ripped from cargo crawlers. Every few moments, something moved beyond the light, and was gone before a gunner could swear to it. No heroics, Ver told the men around him. No pursuit, no answering voices in the dark, no opening a hatch because your dead brother asks politely. If the Xenos want in, make them pay in meat. If your nerve breaks, shoot yourself before I waste around doing it. No one laughed. Ver had already hanged 4 deserters from crane hooks outside the chapel of St. Corda. Confessor Malrek Gant had blessed the hooks. The Drukhari did not assault in strength at first. That would have been too merciful. They entered through ventilation shafts too narrow for armored men, leaving behind skinned corpses folded into shapes that mocked prayer. They murdered repair crews in the enginarium spine, not by killing all of them, but by taking one man from each team and returning him eyeless and alive, tongue pinned to his chest with a splinter shard. They contaminated 2 water tanks with toxins that caused the drinkers to claw at their own throats until their fingers broke. They stole Medici patients from beneath surgical lamps, while orderlies stood 3 paces away, hearing nothing but the drip of blood from emptied beds. They mimicked distress calls through the Voxnet, using the voices of sons, fathers, brothers, and commanding officers, each one begging for entry from compartments that had no air. Every atrocity cost more than the body it ruined. It cost sleep. It cost trust. It cost ammunition, as frightened men fired into ducts, shadows, and empty corridors. It cost discipline when a squad opened fire on its own relief detail, because the Vox challenge came back in the wrong tone. It cost water when poisoned tanks had to be sealed. It cost Medici skill when surgeons broke down sobbing over empty restraints where patients had been. It cost prayer when men began to wonder whether the Emperor could hear anything beneath Loth's storm. Horothis sent pleas into the warp. The astropathic choir had been halved by the crash. Of those who remained, several had burst blood vessels in their eyes during the descent. One had bitten through his own tongue during impact. Another screamed whenever anyone said the word sky. Still, Horothis ordered them gathered in the choir vault, a chamber now slanted at a vicious angle, its brass thrones, bolted to the deck by chains and emergency clamps. The first sending killed 2. Their bodies stiffened in their thrones, backs arching until bone cracked. Pale fire leaked from their mouths. The lead astropath, a skeletal man named Iram Vos, wept blood while chanting the coordinates of Loth into the immaterium. The message was formal, proud, and heavily sealed with dynastic authority. Rogue trader vessel Stark Venga forced down upon Nightworld Loth. Xenos raider presence confirmed. Assistance requested under Crusade law and warrant privilege. The second sending ruined 3 more. One clawed his own eyes out before the restraints stopped him. One began speaking in a language that made the Voxcasters shriek until a provost smashed his skull with the butt of a shotgun. One survived, though his skin turned translucent enough for candlelight to show the veins moving beneath it. The message was shorter. Vessel down. Drukhari raiders. Loth. Cabal strength unknown. Imperial assistance required. By the end of the 2nd week, Horothis no longer demanded elegance. He stood in the choir vault with his coat stained, one arm bound in a sling, his throat brace sparking when he spoke. Again, he said. Iram Vos turned his blind, bleeding face toward him. My lord, the warp is clawing back. Again, there will be no choir left. There will be no ship left if the message fails. Vos smiled then, a thin and terrible thing. As you command, Lord. The 3rd true plea was little more than a wound thrown into the void. Loth, Xenos, help. Confessor Gant changed with the siege. Before the crash, he had been an ornament of dynasty piety, a stern voice at banquets, a keeper of relics, a man called upon to bless voyages and condemn mutineers with polished phrases. In the broken ship, he became something older and more necessary. He walked the corridors with an iron aquila in one hand and a brand in the other. His robes were scorched. His beard had burned away on one side. His face was marked with soot, candle wax and dried blood, much of it not his own. He ordered the dead rendered for tallow. There were arguments at first. There were always arguments when necessity removed its mask. Men could accept burning bodies. They could accept mass graves, corpse tallies, sealed tomb decks, and recycling rights whispered over slurry tanks. But to cut fat from the dead and boil it down for candles in the chapel of St. Corda felt like a line even desperation should not cross. Gant silenced the dissent by standing before the altar beside 3 covered corpses and speaking until every man present wished he had not listened. "These bodies are not men," he said. "The men have gone to judgment. This is matter. This is fuel. This is the Emperor's property, as you are the Emperor's property, as I am the Emperor's property. Would you deny him light, because you are squeamish over the shape of his resources?" No one answered. Good. He blessed ammunition belts with rendered tallow. He painted Aquilas on bulkheads with blood taken from the dying, who consented or could no longer refuse. He branded cowards on the cheek and sent them back to the walls. He told men that the Emperor heard prayers best when they were screamed through broken teeth, because soft devotion belonged to soft worlds, and soft worlds died first. By the 18th day, men followed him because he had become as frightening as the darkness. Then Vraxhul sent his first grotesques into the lower cargo sepulchres. They came through the old debtor holds after midnight by ship clock, though Lolth's night made such measures meaningless. The first warning was not a scream, but the sound of metal being peeled away from the inside. A cargo gate, 3 hands thick and sealed by impact, bowed outward. The armsmen watching it raised shot cannons and waited for cabalites, witches, or racks. What emerged was made from men, but not of men. It was huge, swollen with vat-grown muscle and surgical excess. Its skin stretched across implanted armor plates and bundles of twitching nerve wire. Human faces had been left in its torso, not alive, but arranged beneath translucent flesh, as if Vraxhul had wanted the defenders to recognize the ingredients. Its arms ended in crushing claws and hooked blades. Its spine had been opened and rebuilt around a humming pain engine that drove it forward in spasms of obscene strength. The first volley tore chunks from it. It did not stop. It struck the barricade like a collapsing wall. Men vanished under its bulk. A shot cannon muzzle was shoved into its chest and fired, blasting open a crater of meat from which black fluid poured. The creature roared with 3 throats and crushed the gunner against the deck until his body burst through the seams of his flak armor. More came behind it. Racks followed in their shadows, calm as surgeons in a teaching hall. They moved through the smoke with hooked tools and injector gauntlets, harvesting anyone stunned rather than dead. A man with both legs crushed was taken by the jaw and dragged backward. Another, blind from chemical spray, fired wildly until a rack opened his abdomen with a curved blade and began selecting organs with delicate clicks of approval. Vare arrived with melter charges and industrial drill teams. The fight in the lower cargo sepulchres was not a battle in any noble sense. It was butchery by inches. The air was full of coolant vapor, promethium stink, blood mist, and the hammering of shot cannons. Men crawled through gore-slick corridors, carrying explosives against their chests, waiting until the grotesques leaned down to kill them before clamping melter charges beneath rib cages or into exposed engine sockets. Plasma cutters screamed as work gangs used them like execution blades, carving at tendon cables and implanted armor. Industrial drills punched through grafted bone and kept spinning until they jammed on meat. A grotesque took a melter charge to the spine and detonated in a sun-white burst that cooked every man within arm's reach. Another fell only when a cargo lifter was driven into it by a dying servitor, crushing the creature against a bulkhead, while 3 armsmen emptied shot cannons into its skull until nothing remained above the neck but steam and teeth. The defenders won the sepulchres. Victory left them with corridors knee-deep in blood, coolant, and liquefied flesh. The air was unbreathable for hours. The medici stations overflowed. Men with melted faces lay beside men whose bones had been pulled partly from their bodies. Several of the wounded begged to be burned before the racks could return. Confessor Gant granted some of those requests with a hand flamer and a prayer that shook as it left his mouth. After that, Savor grew bolder. The Cabal's attacks stopped being lessons and became pressure. Witches came through the black mouth at impossible angles, sprinting along walls, leaping over barricades, spinning razor flails through faces and hands. They laughed when shot, if the wound was not immediately fatal. They seemed most alive at the instant before killing. Cabalites pinned corridors with splinter fire, their toxin shards turning firing slits into death funnels. Scourges struck from the upper hull, winged silhouettes descending through smoke to fire haywire bursts into gun nests and dark light into ammunition shrines. Reavers screamed across the open ground outside the breach, trailing hooked chains that snatched men from barricades and dragged them into the storm faster than comrades could cut them free. At the port macro gallery, the remaining guns became both salvation and curse. Every shell fired kept the Drukhari at distance. Every shell fired was one less prayer in the magazine. The gun crews knew it. They touched each macro round before loading, whispering names of saints, brothers, and debts unpaid. Shells that once would have been expended in broadsides against void targets were now rationed like holy relics. One to break a raider cluster, one to collapse a ridge used by scourges, one to obliterate a pain engine advancing under storm cover. Each discharge shook the wreck and filled men with fierce joy, followed by the hollow sickness of counting what remained. Horothis came to the gallery on the 26th day. He walked with a limp, his dislocated shoulder strapped beneath his coat, his power saber hanging at his side, more as symbol than weapon. Keel walked beside him, one eye dead, half his face covered in synth skin and black stitches. Vare met them beneath the loading cranes, where gun crews stood around the last macro shells. There were not many. The silence said so before the tally officer did. Vare removed his helm. His scalp was scabbed with burns. If we keep firing at raid strength, we are empty within 2 days. Horothis looked along the line of shells. And if we stop, the Xenos... Come closer. They already are. Aye. The gallery shook as something impacted the outer hull. Dust fell from the ceiling. Somewhere nearby, a man screamed and was cut short by shotgun fire or mercy. Horothis rested his good hand on the nearest shell. Its casing was painted with a prayer to St. Corda, protector of void ordnance and righteous detonation. We saved them, he said. The tally officer stared. Vare did not. Keel's ruined eye clicked. Horothis continued. No more expenditure against skirmish raids. No more firing at shadows. The remaining shells are held until the Cabal masses, or until a target presents that justifies the death of a relic. A gun captain stepped forward, face blackened with powder. My lord, saving shells means letting raids through. Yes. Men will die. Horothis looked at him. Men are already dying. I require them to die profitably. The words were cruel. They were also true. That made them worse. The argument spread through the gallery, then through the command vox, then through the ship. Officers protested from the enginarium spine. Medici chiefs warned that another breach would collapse the casualty system. Gant supported the order and called it discipline. Vare enforced it and shot 2 men who tried to fire a shell without authorization at a raider that vanished before the barrel finished turning. The Drukhari noticed. Of course they noticed. The raids came closer. The laughter over the vox grew clearer. Pale masks appeared at the edge of lumen range and did not retreat when cursed. Splinter fire ticked against the bridge reliquary's outer shutters. The black mouth became a charnel gate where bodies were stacked into barricades when metal ran short. In the chapel of St. Corda, candles made from the dead burned low and greasy, while Gant led hymns over men too wounded to stand. On the 30th day, the outer bridge approaches fell. It began with a false distress call from the enginarium spine. Then a haywire pulse killed the servo skull pickets in corridor ascendant. Then the lumens failed in sequence, not all at once, but one after another, a deliberate extinguishing that moved toward the bridge reliquary like a hand closing around a throat. Vare understood too late. "They are inside the upper spine," he voxed. "All bridge guard, lock shields. Lock shields now." Cabalites came through the dark beneath the last lumen strips, splinter rifles whispering. The first rank of house guards died without seeing their killers. Wychers followed, bounding over the fallen, shard nets snapping out to drag men from shield formation. A provost fired point blank into one and had his face opened from chin to brow by a razor flail. Scourges hit the exterior of the bridge tower, claws biting into armor plating, haywire blasters shrieking as they burned through sealed shutters. Inside the command cathedral, Basil Horothis sat in his command throne. Not because it was safe. Nothing was safe. Because it was his. The throne had been bolted upright despite the tilt of the deck. Its gold was scorched. Its velvet was stained. Its armrests were carved with the names of Horothis ancestors who had died richer than they were born. Basil had his heirloom pistol across his knees. 6 shells remained in the cylinder. His power saber lay against the throne's side, field emitter humming weakly. Keel stood at the helm pulpit, though the ship would never sail again. He had routed every surviving picked feed to the bridge, every remaining door rune, every pressure seal and murder hole. His body was failing, but his hands still rested on the control spines, as if the Venger might yet answer him like a living beast. Vare organized the last defense at the cathedral doors. He had fewer than 50 armsmen fit to stand. Some were poisoned. Some were bandaged so heavily they looked already prepared for burial. One carried a heavy stubber with the ammunition belt wrapped around his torso like a penitent's chain. Another had lost an arm in the sepulchres and held a shotgun braced against the stump. Confessor Gant moved among them, pressing ash marks to helmets and bare skin. "You do not die unseen," Gant told them. "No man dies unseen. The Emperor looks upon this wreck. Make him witness something worthy." The first door buckled inward. Horothis lifted his pistol. For the first time since entering Loth's orbit, he did not think of profit, claim, tithe, warrant, or reputation. He thought of the sound Saver had played over the Vox, the refined screams of his crew turned into music. He thought of the men dragged into the dark. He thought of the Venger's lower decks, crushed flat with thousands still inside. He thought of the fact that the Drukhari would not kill him quickly unless he forced them to. "Keel," he said, "my lord, if they take me alive, vent the bridge." Keel's remaining eye glowed in the red emergency light. "With pleasure." The second door began to scream. Far above Loth, beyond the storms that swallowed Auspex and Prayer alike, something entered the edge of the system. It did not translate in with proclamation, hymn, or challenge. It did not answer the old Crusade codes. It did not burn bright on augur nets or announce itself to imperial authority. It slid from the outer dark like a grey tooth beneath black water, cold, silent, and vast enough for its shadow to matter. No navy outrider hailed it. No pilgrim ship sang welcome. No frightened astropath aboard the wreck below sensed salvation. The vessel watched Loth through the storm, and in the depths of its iron silence, ancient warriors listened to a distress cry bleeding through the warp. Then, without a word, the hunters turned toward the dying ship. The vessel that entered Loth's outer dark did not announce itself. No heraldic burst crossed the void. No vox hymn proclaimed fealty. No challenge rolled across the system in the old conquering tones of the Legiones Astartes. It came without procession, without broadcast, without the arrogance of arrival. One moment the void beyond the storm-choked world was empty to all but the most patient machine spirits. The next, something vast and grey moved there, cold against the stars, its running lights dimmed to embers, its armor plated in the color of dead oceans. It did not drift like a pilgrim ship. It did not prowl like a raider. It moved as if the void itself had given birth to a predator and then regretted the act. Within its hull, there was no warmth. The corridors were narrow for an Astartes warship, though no mortal engineer would have dared name them cramped. They were ribbed with black iron and pale adamantium, lit by lumen strips that burned low and blue along the deck edges. Condensation gathered on exposed pipes and froze in thin silver veins. The air tasted of salt, oil, old incense, and the copper ghost of blood. Every bulkhead bore scars of age and repair, plates over plates, welds over older welds, machine prayers etched so deep into metal that dust had settled in the grooves like ash in wounds. It was not a noble fortress. It was not a shrine raised to triumph. It was the belly of something that hunted beneath lightless water. Crew serfs moved through that belly in silence. They wore grey wraps, void seal harnesses, and collars inscribed with service marks. Some had eyes replaced by cloudy augmetics. Some bore old brands across their cheeks, records of tithes paid in flesh. None spoke unless commanded. Their bare feet made little sound on the chilled deck grates. When they passed the sealed arming alcoves, they bowed their heads without looking in, as if sound itself might offend the warriors waiting there. Noise felt like blasphemy aboard that ship. The Astartes did not fill its halls with boast or oath. There were no shouted vows, no banners snapping in recycled air, no warriors roaring for glory before a battle not yet joined. They stood in shadowed chambers and beneath weapon racks, immense and pale and still, grey armor locked around bodies made for war beyond human imagining. Their plate was ancient. Some suits bore the hard angles of patterns that had outlived the men who named them. Some had been repaired so many times that no original surface remained untouched by rivet, bonding seal, ceramite patch, or devotional etching. The armor was the grey of storm seas beneath moonless skies, marked with black, white, and the occasional stark red of old campaign honor. Shark-tooth patterns jagged across knee pads, helms, and gauntlets. Oath scrolls hung stiff with age. Chains held relic blades at hips. The lenses of their helms burned a dull, predatory black. When they went unhelmed, they were worse. Pale faces, black eyes, scar tissue over scar tissue, teeth filed or grown sharp enough that even repose hinted at hunger. They looked less like the angelic defenders promised in imperial sermons and more like the warning carved beneath deeper sermons no common man was meant to hear. They were the Emperor's wrath from beyond the charted dark, and there was no mercy in their silence. They spoke with hand sign, helm runes, and brief words in High Gothic so old that the serfs who heard it understood only command, not meaning. The astropathic echo from Loth had reached them as a wound reaches a shark through black water. It had come thin, degraded, half devoured by warp turbulence and storm interference, not a clean plea, not a proud dynastic invocation, a pulse of fear, coordinates and need, stripped of ornament by distance and suffering. Loth, Xenos, help. The pale commander listened to it in the strategium, standing before a hololithic sphere of the system that glowed dimly above a stone-black altar of command. He was unhelmed. His skin was nearly white beneath the lumen gloom, though not with softness or age. It was the color of flesh that had never trusted sunlight. Black eyes studied the projection without blinking. His armor was older than the serfs who tended it, older than their fathers, perhaps older than the dynasties whose names they whispered in fear. His right pauldron bore no bright heraldry, only a black-edged maw, stylized and savage, half seen beneath ritual wear. Around him waited officers of the chapter. No one asked whether they would answer. No one asked if the rogue trader deserved rescue. The Crusade's official forces were distant. Lord Militant Angevin's banners, his regiments, his tithe masters, his navy outriders and sermon fleets were still days or weeks away by the cruel uncertainties of the void. The broken cruiser below was not kin. Its lord was not sworn to them. Its crew serfs, armsmen, priests and debtors were not their charge. The stark Venger meant little. The Drukhari meant everything. The pale commander watched Loth turn beneath its storm veil. Auspec's ghosts flickered in the hololith. Heat scars, wreckage, defensive fire, Xenos energy traces. A crashed Imperial cruiser gouged into the planet's skin. Skimmer movement, fighter patrol echoes, webway residue like a bruise in real space. He lifted one hand. Runes shifted. Scout data streamed across the air in cold light. Augur serfs bent over their consoles, plugged into their stations by neck spikes and cranial ports, whispering confirmations through split lips. Serf cartographers built a kill map from incomplete truths. Razorwing approach vectors, raider patterns, venom strike arcs, the Stark Venger's surviving battery emplacements, the tilted command spine, the open wound in the starboard flank, heat signatures clustered around barricades, dead zones where no human life remained, anomalies beneath an obsidian ridge several leagues from the crash site, webway spore. The pale commander pointed to the ridge. A veteran beside him made a sign with 2 fingers. Inquiry, confirmation. The pale commander answered with one word. Gate. The word was barely a sound. It still changed the chamber. The Carcharodons did not plan a rescue in any sense that Basil Horothis would have recognized. They did not speak of evacuation. They did not speak of preserving dynasty honor. They did not speak of mercy toward the survivors, nor vengeance for the dead. Those were mortal shapes placed over events too simple and cold to need them. There was prey below. There were Xenos raiders trespassing in the Emperor's dark. There was a debt that could be taken from the living. The strategy formed without debate, because it had existed before the warriors entered the room. Their kind had been made for this, or remade themselves into it across long millennia beyond the comfortable light of imperial memory. Strike from absence. Kill command, break mobility, deny retreat, take tithe, depart before gratitude became obligation. Scout serfs marked the Drukhari air corridors. Thunderhawk pilots received storm penetration windows. Teleportarium adepts measured the Venger's internal geometry from fragmentary scans and the dying ship's own crude emergency broadcasts. Terminator plate would go first, into the bridge approaches and arterial strongpoints. 70 grey-clad warriors would deploy beyond the wreck in deliberate visibility, bait laid beneath a sky of guns. Lance batteries would hold fire until insult drew arrogance into mass. The enemy would believe itself predator until the moment the water closed over it. A figure in black-boned warplate entered the strategium as the last runes settled. He was a reclusiarch in function, if not by any title a common imperial priest would have dared use. His helm was fashioned into a death's head with a predator's jaw. Chains of teeth and oath bones hung across his chest. In one gauntlet, he carried a Crozius, whose head was not an eagle or saint, but a blunt iron maw carved with execution marks. He stood before the hololithic image of Loth and intoned the void prayer. Not in low Gothic for the comfort of mortals, not in the warm, crowded cadences of the ecclesiarchy. His words were older, colder, closer to sentence than supplication. Void Father, witness the trespass. The warriors bowed their heads by a fraction. Witness the alien in the dark between rightful stars. Witness the stolen breath of men beneath the Emperor's law. Witness the ship broken, the blood spilled, the debt opened. The chamber remained still. By tooth and blade, by bolt and claw, by silence before the kill, we take the path beneath the light. The alien has trespassed. The alien will be ended. The debt will be collected. The pale commander closed one fist. The prayer ended because nothing more needed saying. In the arming crypts, the Red Brethren prepared. Their Terminator armor stood in restraint frames like sarcophagi built for giants. Serfs moved around them with oil, incense, ammunition feeds, and surgical tools. careful not to touch anything without permission from the watching tech marines. The tech marines themselves worked in red and grey, their servo arms clicking through calibration rights, their voices reduced to binary murmurs that soothed wrathful machine spirits awake. Lightning claws were awakened one talon at a time. Blue-white energy crawled along their edges, turning the frost in the air to steam. Chain fists growled through testing cycles, teeth moving with grinding hunger, each rotation blessed in Binharic and High Gothic. Thunderhammers were lifted from magnet locks by servitors whose backs bowed under the weight. Storm bolters were loaded with blessed mass-reactive shells, each round checked, sealed, and passed through incense smoke thick enough to sting mortal eyes. The Red Brethren did not speak. One warrior flexed a clawed gauntlet, slow and deliberate, as if remembering the shape of slaughter. Another stood motionless, while a serf painted a fresh kill mark over damage so old it had become part of the armor's face. A third lowered his helm into place and became anonymous, an executioner no longer needing a face. They were not excited. Excitement belonged to mortals, to the young, to the foolish, to beasts that mistook motion for purpose. The Red Brethren were hungry in a way that did not require feeling. The hunger lived in doctrine, in gene seed memory, in the patient rituals of predators who had crossed too much darkness to hate what they killed. A serf dropped a Stormbolter magazine. It struck the deck with a metallic crack that rang too loudly in the crypt. Every helm turned toward him. The serf froze. His face went bloodless. One of the tech marines made a brief sign. The serf bowed, picked up the magazine with shaking hands, and presented it again. No warrior punished him. No voice rebuked him. The silence did both with greater precision. In the launch bays, thunderhawks crouched beneath chains and gantries like armored sea beasts dragged from abyssal trenches. Their hulls were grey, scarred by void dust and atmospheric burns. Nose guns slept behind blackened muzzles. Missile racks hung beneath wings, broad enough to shadow tanks. Chapter serfs loaded ammunition in absolute quiet, while pilots sat already sealed in their cockpits, linked to their craft by neural plugs and catechisms of machine obedience. Approach vectors appeared across their helm displays. They would descend through storm bands that had hidden razor wings from a cruiser. They would fly beneath Drukhari notice until notice was useful. They would deploy 80 warriors upon the plain beyond the Stark Venger, close enough to be seen from the ruins, far enough to draw response, disciplined enough to endure taunts, splinter impacts, and dark light near misses without breaking formation. Bait did not need to look helpless. It needed to look insulting. The pale commander understood Sever after studying him for less than an hour. The Drukhari Archon had not destroyed the cruiser from orbit after crippling it. He had staged suffering. He had lengthened the siege because fear was his nourishment and humiliation his tongue. His raids were not merely attacks, but performances. His cruelty required audience, rhythm, and control. Such creatures did not retreat from insult easily. Pride was not a flaw in the Archon's armor. Pride was the armor, and therefore the place to strike. So the Carcharodons would offend him. They would place warriors upon open ground. They would appear to ignore him. They would refuse pursuit. They would let the Cabal strike first, and believe the trap belonged to them. They would let the Drukhari draw close enough to hear their own laughter die. Only then would the sky answer. Far below, within the broken command cathedral of the Stark Venger, Orgef Keel felt something change. The sensors caught nothing. Nothing reliable. The storm smothered the upper atmosphere. The cruiser's surviving augurs were half dead and half mad, their spirits wounded by crash, poison, and improvised repairs. Pict feeds showed darkness, fire, static, and the shifting rune blur of Drukhari movement near the outer bridge approaches. The command throne still stood beneath broken statues. Basil Horothis sat upon it with his pistol in his hand, pale from blood loss and rage. Vere's armsmen formed the last barricade beyond the cathedral doors. Confessor Gant's voice echoed through vox grills, reciting a hymn that sounded more like a threat than a prayer. Keel stood at the helm pulpit, bound to a ship that could never again rise. His one living augmetic eye flickered. There had been a pressure change, not atmospheric, not mechanical, not anything the remaining instruments could name. It was a Voidman sensation, born from too many years listening to hulls, drives, and the spaces between stars. The dark above Loth had shifted. Something had passed across the storm without touching it. Something heavy enough to make absence feel occupied. Horothis saw him stiffen. "What is it?" Keel listened to the dead sensors. The doors screamed as something cut into them from the far side. "Keel," Horothis said again. The old helmsman's voice was almost too quiet to hear beneath the alarms. "Something has arrived." Horothis laughed once, without humor. "Imperial Navy? No. Angevin? No." Another impact shook the cathedral doors. Men raised shotguns and lasguns. Vere shouted for the line to hold. Horothis looked toward the black windows above the command dais, though all they showed was storm and firelight. Then what? Keel did not answer at once. He could not prove what he felt. No rune confirmed it. No Auspex spirit sang identification. No transponder code burned in the tactical dark. He swallowed blood. "Predator," he said. Aboard the grey vessel above the storm, the teleportariums began to charge. The chambers were circular, ribbed with coils, rune plates, and ancient conductors polished by centuries of use. Frost formed across the deck before the machines reached full power. Serfs retreated behind blast shutters, heads bowed. Tech Marines intoned final rites to machine spirits that hated the violence of translation, but loved the certainty of purpose. Warning lumens glowed deep red, then bruised violet. The Red Brethren stepped into the circles. Their armor drank the light. The Pale Commander watched from beyond the nearest archway, helm now sealed, face hidden behind a dark visor and a grill shaped like the mouth of a hunting beast. He did not raise a weapon. He did not offer a speech. The warriors before him required neither courage nor reminder. He made a single hand sign. "Begin." The teleportarium screamed without sound first, vibrating through bone and armor. Then the sound arrived, low and vast, as if some abyssal thing had opened its jaws beneath the ship. Bruise-colored lightning crawled around the terminators, outlining claws, chain fists, storm bolters, and the cold curves of ancient plate. The air filled with salt frost. Deck plates blackened beneath their boots. For one heartbeat, the Red Brethren stood like statues at the bottom of the sea. Then they vanished. Only frost remained, smoking on the deck plates, and the silence after them was sharper than any battle cry. The final corridors before the bridge were no longer corridors in any sane meaning of the word. They were throat. Wounds cut through the dying body of the Stark Venger, choked with smoke, broken lumen strips, drifting ash, spent casings, severed cables, and the dead. The deck had buckled during the crash, rising in places like frozen waves of iron. Men fought uphill and downhill along the same passage, boots slipping in blood and coolant, shoulders pressed against barricades made from prayer benches, ammunition crates, shattered cogitator banks, and the bodies of comrades too numerous to move. Wyches had breached the outer spine. They came through the smoke as if gravity adored them. One ran along the left wall with his hooked blades out wide, laughing through a mask of polished bone. Another slid beneath a shotgun blast, hamstrung the gunner, and sprang up behind him before the man understood his legs had failed. A third leapt from a collapsed archway, shardnet unfurling like a spider's curse, dragging a houseguard out from behind the barricade and into the dark beyond the lumen wash. His screams lasted long enough for every man to imagine the knife work. Armsmaster Joran Vere stood in the center of the line with a shotgun in his fists and blood drying black under one eye. His men were beyond exhaustion. Many had not slept in days, except in shivering fragments against bulkheads, while alarms screamed above them. Splinter toxin had thinned their ranks and thickened their fear. Some shook so badly they could barely reload. Others had gone calm in the dead way, eyes wide, lips moving in prayers they did not hear themselves saying. Bandages showed beneath flak collars. Rebreathers were cracked, patched, or gone entirely. One armsman held his lasgun with fingers swollen purple from poison and fired by bracing the trigger against the jagged remains of a pipe. They held anyway. Bayonets met curved blades. Shotguns thundered in the close dark, turning smoke into brief red clouds. Lasfire cracked and hissed, striking masks, walls, dead men, nothing. A house guard rammed his bayonet through a witch's abdomen and screamed in triumph until the Xenos leaned closer, almost tenderly, and cut his face away with a blade the width of a quill. Another armsman fired his last shell into the chest of a leaping raider and was dragged down by the corpse's momentum, both of them vanishing beneath boots, blood, and panic. "Hold the line," Vare snarled over the vox. His voice was raw enough to sound inhuman. "Stand or be trampled. Kneel or be shot. The bridge does not fall while I draw breath." A splinter shard struck the side of his helm and glanced away, leaving a smoking groove. He turned and blew the shooter's lower body apart with a shotgun blast. The Drukhari folded backward, laughing even as red spilled from the ruin of him. "Then I will take that breath, Monkey," a voice sang from the smoke. More of them entered the bridge galleries. Not raiders now, not skirmishers playing at the edges of terror. These were Savor's chosen killers, sleek and ornate, their armor bladed in black and violet, their movements too controlled to be frenzy. They did not rush. They did not need to. They danced through firing lanes as if every human weapon had been rehearsed for their amusement. One spun between three las beams, severed the hands from a gunner, and caught the falling weapon before it struck the deck. Another opened an officer from hip to collar with a flick of his wrist, then stepped aside so the dying man fell into the sights of his own squad. A masked champion struck men in the thighs, the elbows, the wrists, leaving them alive, awake, useless, and screaming. Their cruelty had changed. It was no longer distant, no longer a voice over the vox or a corpse posed beneath a lumen. It was intimate now. It breathed in the defenders' faces. It touched throats with cold fingertips. It chose who died and who was left alive to watch the choice repeated. Basil Herothis saw them from the command cathedral. The bridge doors had been forced half open, their inner mechanisms gutted by haywire pulses and cutting blades. Through the gap, he watched his dynasty's last line bend under the assault. The command throne beneath him shook with each impact against the outer galleries. Around the cathedral, his bridge crew had taken up arms. Scribes held pistols. Vox adepts clutched short blades. A wounded navigator's bodyguard, one arm bound to his chest, knelt beside a brass rail with a lascarbine and the expression of a man already buried. Confessor Malrek Gant stood before the shattered doors, robes black with soot, face striped with blood and candle grease. He held an iron aquila in one hand and a chain blade in the other. The weapon had belonged to a dead house officer. Its teeth ran unevenly, clogged with meat from some earlier fight, but it still growled when he thumbed the activation rune. He began to sing. At first it was only a hymn, the kind of hard old void hymns sung in gun decks before broadsides and in execution bays before mutineers were spaced. His voice cracked on the opening line. It did not matter. A bridge serf joined him, then a wounded armsman, then a gunner with no ammunition left. The hymn grew teeth. It lost melody and became rhythm. Men beat the butts of empty weapons against the deck. Men screamed the words through broken mouths. Men who had forgotten the next line simply roared the Emperor's name until it became less worship than defiance. Herothis lifted his heirloom pistol and fired through the broken doors. The first shot took a Drukhari in the throat. The second missed and shattered a lumen strip, casting the gallery into jerking darkness. The third struck a witch in the shoulder and spun him into Vere's shotgun. The fourth split the pistol grip's old recoil brace and drove pain through Herothis's palm. He fired again. The cylinder glowed. Blessed silver inlay burned against his skin. The sixth shot cracked like judgment and punched through a pale mask, exploding the skull behind it in a spray across the wall. Then the weapon clicked empty. Herothis stared at it for half a heartbeat, offended by mortality. The Drukhari came on. One of Saiva's elite vaulted through the gap in the door, landing upon the cathedral rail with impossible grace. His armor was thorned, his twin blades wet to the hilts. He looked at Herothis and bowed. "Dynast," he purred, "the Archon has requested you breathing." Gant charged him with the chain blade roaring. The Xenos turned aside, amused, ready to make a lesson of the priest. The air split open. Bruise-colored lightning struck the command cathedral with no thunder, and all the violence of a god's clenched fist. Frost burst across the deck. Lumen flames guttered blue. Every vox speaker screamed at once. The Drukhari on the rail turned toward the light, and for the first time since the siege began, the expression behind his mask was not amusement. A giant stood behind him. Grey Terminator plate, ancient and scarred, rhymed with teleport frost. Black lenses, shark tooth markings jagged across one vambrace, lightning claws already moving. The claws passed through the Drukhari from shoulder to opposite hip, not cutting as a sword cut, not tearing as a chain blade tore. They divided him with surgical, industrial certainty. The Xenos fell in sections, his blades clattering from hands that no longer belonged to the same body. A second bolt of teleport lightning struck the gallery beyond the doors. Then a third. Then the Red Brethren were among the enemy. They did not shout. They did not proclaim. They offered no challenge, no oath, no demand for surrender. Their arrival changed the battle more completely than any war cry could have done. The Drukhari, who had spent a solar month shaping fear, suddenly understood the older fear of being measured by something that wanted nothing from them except their end. A witch champion leapt toward one of the Terminators, body twisting, razor flails spinning in silver arcs. He was magnificent. He crossed the distance as a blur of grace and malice. The Terminator caught him mid-air by the torso. For a heartbeat, the witch hung there, limbs still moving, blades still trying to complete the pattern of a kill already denied. The Terminator's gauntlet closed, armor cracked, bones followed. The Xenos folded inward with a wet crunch and was discarded against the wall before he finished turning. Storm bolters opened at point-blank range. The sound was not gunfire. It was masonry collapsing under divine anger. Mass reactive shells struck Drukhari bodies and detonated inside them, turning elegance into red vapor and armor fragments. A Cabalite tried to dart between two giants and was caught by overlapping fire, his torso blowing outward in chunks that slapped across the ceiling. Another raised a blaster toward the nearest Terminator, but a chain fist came down through his weapon, his arms, his chest, and the deck beneath him, leaving the body in several smoking depths. Lightning claws worked with obscene calm. They parted limbs, heads, torsos, weapons, and masks. They left no duel, no exchange, no performance. A Drukhari who had been laughing seconds earlier found his leg gone at the thigh, then his arm, then his head, each taken by separate motions so precise they seemed almost bored. One Terminator stepped into a cluster of witches and rotated at the waist, claws extended. Men later called it a sweep. That was too gentle a word. The Xenos around him came apart in a ring. Herothis saw them, and for several seconds did not believe they were real. The mind, under enough terror, reaches for familiar lies. Statues, he thought. Relics. Hallucinations cast by a dying choir. Angels made from frost and iron by the Emperor's delayed pity. Then one of the giants turned his helm slightly, black lenses fixing upon the rogue trader for a moment, and Herothis felt no pity there at all. Not angels. Predators. Vere understood faster, because he was closer to the killing. he saw the line of fire shift and bellowed into the Vox. Left barricade, suppress the upper rail. Heavy stubber, rake the breach. Keep rounds off the grey giants unless you want to die confused. A Terminator walked directly through the firing lane he had just marked. The armsman at the heavy stubber froze, hands locked on the grips. The Terminator did not look back. He trusted the humans to either stop shooting or die stupidly. He advanced into splinter fire, rounds ticking against his plate like rain against a bunker wall. A dark light shot struck his shoulder and burned a gouge through ceramite deep enough to expose older armor beneath. He kept walking. His storm bolter lifted and erased the shooter from the waist up. Vere's fury caught in his throat beside something close to awe. "Lower weapons on the grey," he ordered. "All hands, lower weapons on the grey. Emperor, damn you, let them work." No answer came from the Terminators. No acknowledgement. No battle sign offered to mortal allies. No coordination. The Red Brethren killed according to a geometry beyond human participation. They selected the most dangerous targets first. Blasters, haywire weapons, agonizers, squad leaders, anything near a prisoner, anything moving toward Herothis, anything trying to flee in a direction that mattered. One Drukhari fell back through the gallery, speaking too quickly into his helm vox. A Terminator with a chain fist did not pursue. He fired a single storm bolter burst into the wall ahead of the Xenos. The shells detonated through the bulkhead. The Drukhari ran into the blast from the other side and came apart in a rain of black armor and white bone. Across the Stark Venger, more lightning came. In the Enginarium spine, racks were harvesting a reactor crew when the air froze around them. Terminators appeared among cables, smoke, and exposed plasma light. One rack had time to raise a liquefier weapon before a thunderhammer struck him with enough force to paint 3 consoles with what had been his body. Another tried to flee beneath a coolant pipe and was pinned to it by lightning claws through the chest. In the port macro gallery, Cabalites had reached the last ammunition line. The gun crews were fighting with loading hooks and work knives when a teleport strike smashed frost across the shell racks. A Red Brethren warrior appeared atop a loading platform and fired downward until the gallery rang with detonations and Xenos' bodies fell among the blessed macro shells they had come to sabotage. In the lower cargo sepulchres, men later swore 100 grey giants emerged from the dark. There had been fewer. Terror and bad light multiplied them. A single Terminator moving through smoke became 3 in memory. A pair of storm bolters became a squad. Lightning claws flashing behind collapsed cages became an army. Survivors crawled from under wreckage and told of giants walking through poison, through fire, through the dead, killing without words while frost steamed from their armor. At the chapel of St. Corda, scourges had breached the upper vault and were firing down into wounded men when teleport lightning shattered the hymn mid-word. One Terminator landed upon the altar itself, cracking stone beneath his boots. Confessor Gant's acolytes later insisted the saint's statue bowed its head. Men believe many things after surviving impossible moments. What mattered was simpler. The winged Xenos above the chapel began to fall, shot from the rafters or dragged down by claws, their bodies striking the pews among the wounded they had come to steal. The myth began before the fighting ended. Hundreds, the survivors whispered. An entire chapter. Ghosts in grey, the Emperor's sharks, the silent dead. Far outside the broken cruiser, Saver K heard the shift through the Drukhari comnet. He did not see the first Terminators arrive. He did not need to. Screams carried their own truths. Drukhari pain was different from human pain. Brighter, sharper, more offended. The voices that came through the net were no longer laughing. They were clipped by bolter detonations, broken by impact, cut short in ways that allowed no artistry. "Report," Saver said. Static answered. Then a Cabalite voice, breathless. "Armored giants within the bridge spine. Teleport signatures. Imperial transhuman pattern. Not Crusade heraldry. Grey plate. No response to challenge. They are killing through our forward elements. Vraxhul stood beside the Archon upon the glass stone ridge, head tilting with sudden interest. "Ah," said the homunculus, "a rarer harvest." Savor did not smile. Below, the Stark Venger burned in its trench. Its wounds glowed red. Its bridge tower sparked beneath the storm. For a month, it had been a cage full of screaming animals. Now something had entered the cage and begun killing the hunters. The prey had acquired teeth he had not scripted. "Commit no reserves to the bridge," Saviour said. One of his lieutenants turned sharply. "My Archon?" Saviour's eyes narrowed. The lieutenant lowered his gaze. "We will learn what they are before we spend more lives." Vraxhul's smile was thin as a cut. "Caution? From you?" Saviour's hand rested on the hilt of his agonizer. "Curiosity?" "No," Vraxhul said softly. "Not curiosity." For once, Saviour did not punish the correction. Inside the command cathedral, the last Drukhari died against the throne steps. He had crawled there with both legs severed, one hand reaching for Herothis, the other dragging a blade along the deck. The rogue trader watched him come. His pistol was empty. His saber lay too far away. His palm was split to the bone from recoil, blood running between his fingers. The Xenos hissed something in his own tongue. A grey boot came down on his spine and pinned him to the deck. The Terminator above him looked almost carved from winter. His armor was scored, pitted, and old beyond reason. Frost smoked from its joints. One lightning claw was wet to the elbow. He pressed down, and the Drukhari's body flattened with a series of soft cracks. The Xenos stopped moving. Then the giant stepped aside. The cathedral doors were ruined. The galleries were filled with dead. Human and Drukhari bodies lay tangled across the tilted decks, but the pattern of the slaughter was obvious. The humans had died messily, desperately, facing every direction. The Drukhari had died in pieces around the places where the Grey Warriors had appeared. The Red Brethren stood among them in silence. Vare lowered his shotgun slowly. Confessor Gant's hymn had faded. He was on one knee, one hand pressed to a wound in his side, staring at the giants with blood on his teeth. Keel remained at the helm pulpit, his single eye reflecting frost and gun smoke. Herothis forced himself upright from the command throne. "Who commands here?" he asked. No Terminator answered. The air behind them split again. This teleport strike was quieter, colder. A single bolt of bruised light, less violent than the first, yet somehow heavier. Frost spread across the throne dais. Smoke drew inward, as if inhaled. The pale commander materialized at the foot of the command steps. He wore grey power armor rather than Terminator plate, though he seemed no less immense for it. His helm was dark-lensed and brutal, its grille shaped like a predator's mouth. A cloak of scaled hide hung from one shoulder, torn and old, marked by void dust and dried blood. At his hip rested a blade with a blackened edge. His bolter was mag-locked across his chest, scarred by use and inscribed with kill runes too small for human eyes to read clearly. The Red Brethren inclined their heads by the smallest degree. That answered Herothis before words did. The rogue trader descended one step, then another, refusing to lean on the cracked armrest, though his body screamed for it. He stood amid the ruin of his bridge, bleeding from the hand, shoulder-bound, coat torn, pride wounded deeper than flesh. "I am Basil Herothis," he said, voice rough but still noble. "Bearer of warrant, master of the Stark Venger. Identify yourself." The pale commander looked at him.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
For a long moment, nothing in the cathedral moved except smoke and dripping blood. When the Astartes spoke, the words were high Gothic, ancient in form, cold enough to make every mortal phrase before it sound young. "Alive," he said. Herothis stared up at the black lenses. The commander's helm tilted slightly toward the dead Drukhari carpeting the floor. "For now." The first Thunderhawk came down through Loth's storm, as if the night itself had given it shape. Black rain struck its slab wings and flashed instantly into steam. Lightning crawled over its hull, found no weakness, and died snarling along the grey armor plates. Its engines were not the shrieking blades of Drukhari craft, nor the wounded roar of mortal landers. They were deeper than that, a pressure in the bones, a growl from some iron beast that had crossed the void too many times to fear atmosphere, gravity, or the weapons of lesser hunters. Two more followed. They descended in a loose spearhead formation, brutal and precise, vanishing and reappearing between storm banks. Their running lights were dimmed to corpse embers. Their hull markings were almost invisible beneath rain, ash, and old war scars, though once, when lightning split the sky from horizon to horizon, the shape of a black-edged maw showed along one wing. It was there for less than a heartbeat, long enough for the men watching from the broken Stark Venger to wonder if they had seen a heraldry or a warning. The Thunderhawks did not circle. They did not search for a landing ground. They did not hesitate over the corpse ship or waste Vox traffic on reassurance. They came in low over the trench the Venger had carved into the plain, crossing seas of cooling glass and wreckage where the cruiser's fall had made a scar visible from orbit. Their engines turned black rain into white vapor. Their retros fired in disciplined bursts. They landed beyond the cruiser's shattered starboard flank, far enough from the black mouth to avoid trapping themselves in human panic, close enough that every eye in the ruins could see them. The planes shook beneath their weight. Assault ramps dropped. For a moment, nothing moved. Then the grey warriors walked out. 70, not in parade formation, not in the bright geometry of a chapter seeking to be witnessed by imperial citizens. They deployed like hunters leaving the surf, spacing themselves in loose ranks across the black glass plain. Tactical brethren came first, bolters held low, blades locked to thighs, helms turning by fractions as they read the battlefield through auspex, scent, heat, and instinct. Their armor was the color of dead oceans beneath a moonless sky, chipped and scarred and maintained past reason. Many bore shark-tooth patterns along greaves, helms, vambraces, or weapon casings. Some carried chain blades with teeth dark from old use. Others bore long combat knives shaped more for killing in silence than for honor duels. Behind them came the Devourers. Their jump packs snarled softly, not yet ignited, vents shedding rainwater in steaming trails. Chain blades hung from their fists. Bolt pistols rested in maglocks or were held at ease. They moved with a slightly greater forward hunger than their brothers, but even that hunger was controlled, locked behind cold discipline. They did not crouch or flex or bark challenges into the storm. They simply took positions where later movement would matter. Heavy weapon brothers followed, broader in stance, bearing missile launchers, multi-melters, heavy bolters, and ammunition feeds, handled by grey-wrapped serfs who kept low and silent near the Thunderhawks. A Devastator marked a ruined ridge with a helm rune. Another tracked the upper hull of the Venger, where scourge silhouettes flickered and vanished among firelight. No one fired. Veterans stood among them like old stones in a killing tide. Their armor told histories no mortal would ever hear. Ceramite patched over older ceramite, studded plates from marks long discarded by more celebrated chapters, oath bones, tooth chains, kill marks etched so deeply they had survived repainting, burning, repair, and centuries of war. One warrior wore a helm whose faceplate had been repaired with black iron rivets, leaving the impression of a jaw sewn shut. Another carried a bolter so ancient its casing looked more relic than firearm, yet every motion with it was absolute, familiar, intimate. On the ridge above the plain, Saver K watched them appear. He had expected reinforcements, perhaps mortal outriders, perhaps navy landers, perhaps the first lumbering arrogance of Angevin's Crusade line, coming too late and too loudly, bellowing codes and hymns into the night. He had prepared for that kind of theatre. He had not prepared for silence. The Grey Warriors did not call to the Venger. They did not announce themselves to the Drukhari. They did not even look upward toward Savor's hidden ridge, though the Archon felt, with a prickling irritation, that they knew he was there. The insult was unbearable because it was so complete. He had spent a solar month teaching the humans that every shadow belonged to him. Now these strangers stood in the open plain beneath his storm and denied him performance. A Kabbalite lieutenant knelt nearby, helm bowed. "My Archon, their number is limited, 70 by visual count, perhaps fewer if the storm lies." "Transhuman," Savor said. "Yes, Astartes, unknown heraldry, grey plate. The giants inside the bridge are of the same line." Vraxhul the Needle Saint stood beside the Archon, surrounded by racks whose instruments clicked softly in the rain. The homunculus watched the deployment with the pleased stillness of a collector glimpsing a rare specimen through glass. "A curious breed," he said. "They do not posture." Savor's eyes narrowed. "All warriors posture. Only those who require themselves to believe they are dangerous." The Archon turned his head. "Careful, Flesh Mason." Vraxhul gave a small bow without lowering his gaze. "I am always careful. That is why parts of me are still original." Below, the Carcharodons remained still. Reavers found them first. The jet bikes screamed through the storm from the ruins east of the crash scar, blade vanes angled low, riders leaning into speed with arrogant grace. They came not in a line, but in a crossing spiral, each bike a hooked flash of violet-black metal and toxin light. Behind them, raiders slid between lightning bursts, sails taut, Kabbalites poised along their hulls with splinter rifles raised. Venoms darted lower, hugging the broken plane. Scourges dropped from the upper storm, wings spread, dark light weapons cradled like promises. The shadowed thorns were fast. They were furious. They were beautiful in the way poison could be beautiful before it entered the blood. Savor lifted one hand, and the attack unfolded. Not a full commitment, not yet. A lash across the face, a demand for reaction. Reavers passed the grey line at murderous speed, splinter fire needling the rain. Shards struck ceramite, sparked from pauldron rims, chipped paint, and buried themselves in the black glass around the Astartes boots. A dark lance from a raider scored the ground behind the heavy weapon brothers, turning stone into a boiling crater. Venoms screamed past close enough that their passengers could laugh down at the motionless giants. The Carcharodons did nothing. Not nothing as mortals did nothing, frozen by fear. Nothing as the sea did nothing before drowning a coast. A tactical brother's helm followed a reaver by a fraction. A devourer shifted 1 foot to improve balance. A heavy weapon warrior's multi-melter rose half an inch, then stilled. No bolter spoke. No missile launched. No insult answered the laughter raining from above. They held position under near misses, under splinter impacts, under the screaming flybys of Xenos craft, whose pilots had expected panic, pursuit, a wasteful upward volley, anything that would prove the Grey Warriors had blood hot enough to manipulate. Silence denied the Drukhari their first nourishment. Savor felt it immediately. His raid line curved away without a kill worth naming. One Scourge's shot had burned a channel across an Astartes breastplate, yet the warrior had not stepped back. A Reaver's blade vein had grazed a Devourer's pauldron, shedding sparks and paint, yet the Astartes had not turned. The Kabbalite laughter over the comnet thinned as the second pass began. The Archon suspected the trap then. He was no fool. Vanity did not make him blind. The crash site was too open. The Grey Warriors were too still. Their Thunderhawks had landed in visible range, as if presenting targets rather than preserving assets. Their ship in orbit remained hidden beyond the storm, but not absent. He could feel the shape of unseen guns in the pattern of the insult. But suspicion was not enough. His warriors had heard the screams from the Venger. They knew his chosen had died inside the bridge galleries. They knew the humans had been saved from his hand at the moment of closing. If he withdrew now, caution would wear the mask of cowardice. Rivals in Commorragh would taste it in every retelling. Vraxhul would remember. His lieutenants would remember. The dead would be reconstructed into mockery by those who traded in embarrassment. An Archon could survive defeat. Humiliation required blood. "Commit the second veil," Saver said. The kneeling lieutenant lifted his head. "Scourges and reavers entire, and the thorn dancers. Bring the raiders low. I want prisoners from the grey line." Vraxhul made a soft sound, almost a sigh. Astartes who offer no threat display are commonly the most dangerous kind. Saver smiled without warmth. "Then I shall display their danger for them when I hang their nerves across my spire. Ambition is charming in the doomed." The Archon turned fully toward him. The homunculus did not wait to be threatened. He gestured to his racks with 2 long fingers. Quietly, efficiently, his attendants began moving sealed specimen caskets back toward the deeper ruins. A Talos pain engine drifted after them, its hooks twitching, its reservoirs full of stolen fluids. Another engine followed, then a cluster of racks dragging living prisoners cocooned in surgical wire. Vraxhul was not fleeing, not openly. He was merely relocating value toward the webway gates. Saver saw it. He let it pass. For now. Inside the broken Starkvenger, Herothis watched the external picked feeds through static, smoke, and cracked lenses. The bridge had been secured in the ugliest sense of the word. The doors were ruined. The galleries were carpeted with Drukhari dead. Red brethren stood like iron tombs in the approaches. Stormbolters held silent, frost still smoking from their armor. The pale commander remained near the command dais, speaking rarely and only to his own warriors through curt signs and helm clicks. He had offered Herothis no explanation, no rescue terms, no brotherhood, no reassurance. Now the picked feeds showed Thunderhawks on the plain and grey Astartes, standing beneath attack without firing. Herothis leaned forward in his command throne, one hand bandaged, the other gripping the armrest. "They are mad," muttered one of his officers. Keel stood at the helm pulpit, watching through the Venger's wounded augurs. His remaining eye flickered as it stitched together the scene outside. "No," Keel said, "they are fishing." Ver, who had returned to the bridge with splinter wounds in his thigh and shoulder, spat blood into the deck grating. "Fishing with themselves as bait." "With us as the hook," Keel said. Herothis understood then, and the understanding tasted like ash. The Carcharodons were using the Starkvenger as an anvil. The ruined cruiser, its survivors, its distress, its humiliation, even its remaining guns and wounded pride, had become part of a geometry the Grey Warriors had seen before they ever struck the bridge. Herothis was being saved, but not kindly, not as a lord rescued by allies, not as a servant of the Emperor preserved for duty. He was a living element within a kill plan, and his dynasty's broken ship was a corpse around which greater predators had chosen to fight. He should have felt insulted. He did. He also felt relief, and hated them for that more. Outside, the fastest Drukhari closed within the range the Pale Commander had chosen. The Carcharodons still did not fire. Reavers swept in from the left, blade vanes low enough to kiss the cooling glass. Scourges dropped from above, wings folding tight, dark-light weapons brightening. Raiders descended beneath the storm shelf, eager to rake the motionless grey line and snatch whatever bodies survived the pass. Venoms slid between them like knives between ribs. The air filled with splinter trails, engine shrieks, mocking voices, and the rising exultation of predators convinced that patience had become paralysis. Upon the Venger's bridge, the Pale Commander watched through the feed. He lifted his right hand. One finger moved. That was all. Still the Carcharodons did not fire. The sky opened. Lance beams fell from orbit with the white purity of execution. They did not strike randomly. They did not waste fury upon spectacle. They came down in lines so exact they seemed less fired than drawn upon reality by a merciless hand. The first beam cut behind the Reaver formation, turning their retreat lane into a wall of sunfire. The second struck ahead of the raiders, forcing them to climb into the path of the third. The third erased them. One moment, a raider squadron existed, blade hulls glittering, warriors laughing, sails full of storm wind. The next, there was only white light, expanding debris, and scraps of burning Xeno's armor falling through rain that became steam before it touched the ground. A Reaver tried to bank out of the kill box. A lance beam touched the black glass beside him, and the world became molten beneath his bike. The vehicle flipped, caught by its own speed, rider and machine reduced to a streak of ash and fragments that painted the air for less than a breath. Another Reaver climbed vertically, engine screaming. The sky above him answered with a lance strike that left nothing but a falling shadow. Scourges died in the clouds. The beams found them among lightning and rain, cutting wings from bodies, igniting weapon packs, turning graceful silhouettes into burning debris. One tumbled down through the storm, trailing fire and feathers of torn membrane. He hit the plane close enough to the Carcharodon line that sparks washed over a tactical brother's greaves. The Astartes did not look down. Darklight shots went wild. Splinter fire scattered into steam. A venom spun out of formation and was caught by a missile from somewhere among the grey ranks only after the orbital strike had already doomed it. The missile struck its underside. The skimmer burst open in a flower of shrapnel and meat, scattering passengers across the glass. One lived long enough to crawl. A bolter shell ended him before he had moved a body length. Inside the Venger, human survivors began to cheer. The sound died when the Red Brethren did not join them. Outside, the plane had become a furnace. White fire faded to orange. Orange sank into red. Black glass flowed in streams around the Carcharodons' boots. Burning Xeno's wreckage rained across the battlefield. The smell came through the Venger's damaged filters a moment later. Hot metal, poison vapor, cooked flesh, and something sharp from Drukhari craft that made men cough blood into their sleeves. Saiva K stood upon his ridge and watched his warriors vanish in surgical fire. For a heartbeat, no expression touched his face. Then his lips parted, not in fear, not yet, in recognition. The insult had been perfect. The stillness had been bait. The visible landing had been bait. The refusal to fire had been bait. His rage had moved exactly where the grey commander desired it to move, and the sky had closed like jaws. Vraxhol, already farther back among his racks, looked almost delighted. "Do you see?" the homunculus asked softly over the private channel. "No posture." Saiva did not answer. Below, on the cooling plain, the Carcharodons finally moved. No trumpet marked the advance, no shouted oath, no roaring declaration for the Emperor, the Chapter, or the dead. They stepped forward through steaming glass and burning wreckage without haste. Tactical brethren raised bolters as one. Devourers ignited jump packs in low, snarling bursts. Heavy weapon brothers shifted to new angles, hunting survivors among the smoke. Veterans moved at the center, old armor gleaming with reflected fire. The Drukhari had come to harvest fear. Now the grey tide advanced to harvest them. The plain around the stark Venger had ceased to be stone. It had become glass, molten in places, cooling in others, flowing in slow red veins where orbital fire had kissed Loth and left the world wounded. Rain struck the surface and died as steam. Ash fell upward in thermal gusts. Broken Drukhari skimmers burned in elegant ruin, their hulls curled open like dead insects, their sails melting into black ribbons. The air tasted of poison, hot metal, promethium smoke, and the bitter mineral stink of a planet that had never known daylight and had learned to resent fire. The Carcharodons advanced through it without haste. Their boots sank into softened glass and lifted free with wet cracks. Heat shimmered around their greaves. Burning debris pattered against their armor. Bolters rose in disciplined increments, not all at once, not in theatrical unison for mortal eyes, but as part of a pattern older than any surviving voice on the plain. Each warrior moved with space enough to deny envelopment, close enough to support, silent enough that the thunder of distant guns seemed vulgar beside them. The Drukhari were not broken. They had been hurt. They had been insulted. They had been forced, for one bright and humiliating moment, to feel what their victims felt when the sky became hostile. But they were ancient in cruelty and swift in adaptation. The shadowed thorns had not survived the courts of Comorra by mistaking pain for defeat. Raiders still circled in the storm haze beyond the lance-scorched kill zone. Reavers still screamed through the ruins, changing vectors before targeting spirits could settle. Scourges still moved above the smoke, wings beating in jagged silhouettes against lightning. Cabalites regrouped among broken stone teeth, their splinter rifles seeking joints, lenses, exposed cabling, anything beneath the grey ceramite that might bleed. Upon the ridge, Saver K tasted blood from the inside of his cheek and decided he disliked the flavor more because it was his own. "Spread them," he commanded. His lieutenants listened through the fractured comnet. No one laughed now. That irritated him almost as much as the losses. Not against the line, through it, around it, cut the edges, blind the heavies, take their serfs, make them turn, make them choose. The reply runes flickered acknowledgement. Below, the Drukhari attack dissolved from formation into razor-thin streams. One raider swept low across the plain, then broke away before the Carcharodon missile launcher tracking it could fire. Another moved behind a wall of rain and smoke, releasing Cabalites into ruins where their armor drank the dark. Reavers split into pairs and single riders, cutting around the flanks with blade vanes tilted to rake arms, heads, and weapon barrels. Scourges folded wings and dropped into vertical dives, firing dark light from above, then vanishing back into storm vapor before the return fire reached them. They were too fast for mortal war. The Carcharodons did not try to become faster. They became colder. A tactical brother fired 3 bolter shots into a Venom's starboard engine. Not the pilot, not the passengers, the engine. The first bolt cracked the cowling. The second detonated inside the intake. The third ruptured the drive core. The skimmer spun sideways, shedding screaming warriors as it cartwheeled across the glass. A devourer waiting beyond a ruined ridge stepped into the path of the thrown survivors and cut them down with a chain blade that chewed through armor, ribs, and spine with the same unhurried growl. Another Carcharodon tracked a scourge through rain, smoke, lightning glare, and falling ash. His bolter moved by fractions. He did not fire when the winged Xenos crossed open air. He did not fire when the target twisted behind wreckage. He fired when the scourge opened its wings to break above a firing angle. One shell struck the membrane root, another entered beneath the arm, a third detonated inside the ribcage. The scourge folded in the air and fell in pieces, wing veins fluttering down after him like strips of wet parchment. The heavy weapon brothers did not waste their fury. Missiles went into skimmer bellies, engine housings, and the stone spans the Drukhari needed for cover. Multi-melters touched raider prows and turned them into drooling slag before the crews could leap clear. Heavy bolters stitched measured lines through smoke, forcing Cabalites from one ruin into another, always toward places the Carcharodons had already chosen. The grey warriors were not winning by speed. They were closing a net made of impact points, denied routes, and silence. The devourers launched into the ruins. Their jump packs ignited low and ugly, not with the clean ascent of parade ground assault troops, but with short, brutal bursts that hurled them across crater lips and broken glass ridges. They did not soar for glory. They did not chase laughing reavers into empty air. They dropped into lanes where escape would matter, landing hard enough to crack the ground. Chain blades already awake. A band of dismounted Cabalites found their retreat blocked by 3 devourers emerging from steam. The Drukhari opened fire at once. Splinter shards sparked from grey plate and found softer places. One Astartes took needles through the flexible seal beneath his left arm. Another's helm lens cracked under concentrated fire. They kept coming. Bolt pistols barked. A Cabalite's chest burst outward, ribs and armor fragments spraying across the stone. A chain blade took another at the hip and continued upward until the Xenos separated in a fountain of dark blood. The last tried to vault over a fallen beam, graceful even in fear, but a Carcharodon combat knife pinned his ankle to the stone. He hit the ground, looked back, and saw no anger in the warrior approaching him. That absence was worse than hatred. Reavers struck the Astartes line from the flank. Blade veins screamed through the rain, passing so close that sparks leapt from ceramite. One tactical brother lost an arm at the elbow, the limbs spinning away, still locked around a bolter grip. He dropped to one knee, drew a combat knife with his remaining hand, and stayed in formation until a second Reaver burst past and buried splinter fire into his helm seal. He fell without a sound. Serfs ran forward before the body stopped moving. Grey-wrapped, low to the ground, they came with drag harnesses and hooked poles, accompanied by an apothecary whose white and grey armor moved through fire like a verdict. Splinter rounds killed one serf, throwing him across the molten glass with his chest opened. Another stumbled, caught the harness, and kept crawling. The apothecary stood over the fallen Carcharodon, Narthecium whining, bolter firing single shots with his offhand. He cut through damaged gorget seals, opened the torso plate, and reached into the warrior with practiced brutality. Progenoid recovery mattered more than breath, more than pain, more than any mortal concept of rescue. The gene seed was taken. The body, if possible, would follow. If not, it would be burned before alien hands could dishonor it. A second Carcharodon fell beneath darklight from above. The shot punched through his chest plate and out his back in a cone of vaporized armor and cooked transhuman flesh. He remained standing for 3 steps, firing as he died, each bolt a round placed into the engine of the raider that had drawn him into exposure. The raider crashed into a ridge and exploded. Only then did the Astartes collapse. His serfs came for him too. The Drukhari saw this and tried to take them. Cabalites concentrated fire at the recovery teams. Scourges dove low, weapons screaming. A Reaver turned toward the apothecary, blade veins ready to carve through healer and corpse alike. The apothecary looked up. A heavy bolter somewhere behind him fired 4 times. The Reaver and rider became a mist of engine oil, blood, and splintered bone that rained across the dead Astartes. The apothecary did not pause in his work. From the storm haze behind the Drukhari line came a sound like wet metal breathing. Vraxhul had tired of observing. The first Talos engine drifted into view through black rain, suspended by anti-grav fields that made the ash beneath it ripple. It was a nightmare-given mechanism. Armored shell, hooked limbs, surgical arms flexing in clusters, fluid reservoirs glowing with stolen pain. Strands of nerve wire trailed from its underside like jellyfish tendrils. Bound into its core was a mass of flesh that had once belonged to many beings, reshaped until suffering and function were indistinguishable. A Kronos followed, bloated and obscene, its spirit siphon pulsing with violet light. Around it moved racks with liquefier weapons held in both hands, their masks expressionless, their bodies decorated with grafted tools and loops of preserved skin. The liquefiers hissed. Where the alchemical streams touched glass, it softened and steamed. Where they touched wreckage, metal sloughed in sheets. Where they struck a Carcharodon, the outer plate of his armor bubbled and ran, exposing blackened underlayers and smoking flesh beneath. He staggered for the first time, and the Talos struck him with a hooked limb that punched through his pauldron, lifted him from the ground, and tried to pull him open. The Red Brethren answered. Teleport frost still clung to their armor as they emerged from the Venger's torn shadow and moved into the plain. They were slower than their power-armored kin, heavier, each step a declaration of mass. Storm bolters fired as they advanced, shells detonating against racks and pain engine plating. Liquefier streams washed over them and steamed away from shielded ceramite or carved smoking scars through ancient armor. They did not retreat. The first Talos met them with its hooks spread wide. A chain fist met its armored shell. The sound was not a cut. It was a machine being sentenced. Teeth shrieked through alien alloy, vat-grown meat, bone struts and surgical reservoirs. Black fluid sprayed across the Terminator's chest. A hooked limb punched into the warrior's side, hard enough to crack plate and drive him half a step back. Half a step, no more. He leaned into the engine and drove the chain fist deeper until something essential ruptured inside the Talos with a wet metallic bang. Beside him, another Red Brethren warrior raised a thunderhammer. The Kronos lunged, spirit siphon flaring, its tendrils wrapping around the Terminator's arm and helm. The hammer fell. The first strike broke the anti-grav field into a burst of screaming light. The engine dropped heavily, dragging sparks from the glass. The second strike crushed its upper shell. The third turned its core into a crater of meat, metal, and dying energies that washed over nearby racks and left them twitching in heaps. Lightning claws entered vat-grown flesh and opened it with cold patience. The fight was monstrous, slow, and intimate. Pain engines could not be frightened. Terminators would not be deterred. Hooked limbs tore chunks from grey armor. Thunderhammers broke machine ribs. Chain fists chewed. Storm bolters roared against targets close enough for blood to steam on their muzzles. A Red Brethren warrior lost the use of one arm when a Talos hook tore through the shoulder joint and left the limb hanging by cables and torn black fiber. He caught the hook with his other hand, held the engine still, and allowed a brother's lightning claws to carve through its exposed underbelly until it split open and emptied itself across the plain. Within the Stark Venger, Basil Herothis watched the battle through every surviving pict feed. The screens showed fragments, a skimmer dying in white light, a grey warrior disappearing beneath splinter fire, a pain engine collapsing under hammer blows, devourers moving through ruins like sharks through wreckage. The external lenses were cracked, blood smeared, smoke choked, and often blind, but the pattern could still be read. The Carcharodons were winning pieces of the field. The Drukhari were bleeding. The web of movement around the wreck was tightening, yet the grey warriors were dying too. That mattered. Herothis turned from the screens. Port Macro Gallery. Keel looked at him from the helm pulpit, one dead eye black, one living lens reflecting fire. They have 6 shells, 5 after the first. Ver stood below the dais, one hand bandaged around his shotgun grip. Those shells are the only reason the Xenos have not committed everything into the Black Mouth. Herothis did not look away from the pict feeds. The Black Mouth is already inside the noose. The ship is dead unless the Grey Warriors win. The ship is dead if we fire our last teeth into the plane and they fail. Herothis turned then. His face was pale, lined, and filthy with smoke. Pride remained, but it had been cut down to something harder than vanity. Then let us choose the manner of our death. Ver stared at him for a long moment. Then he keyed the vox. Port Macro Gallery. Lord Command. Prepare final expenditure. Fire only on transmitted coordinates. In the gun deck, men received the order in silence. They had slept beside those shells, blessed them, named them, hated them, trusted them. Now they hauled the first into its loading cradle, with hands shaking from exhaustion and reverence. The machine spirit of the macro cannon grumbled awake, wounded but obedient. Confessor Gant's voice came through the vox, ragged from pain, blessing the shell in words half prayer and half curse. The first macro round fired. The Stark Venger shook around its own surviving bones. Out on the plain, a line of Drukhari skimmers cutting toward the Carcharodon flank vanished beneath an eruption of earth, glass, and fire. The blast threw a raider end over end, shattered 2 venoms, and forced reavers into a turn that placed them directly before waiting heavy bolters. The Carcharodons fired as if the macro shell had been part of their own breath. The second shell cracked a ruin being used by scourges, collapsing its upper span and dragging winged Xenos into the boiling glass below. The third shell hit behind the pain engines, sealing the route by which racks were trying to withdraw their prizes. The fourth and fifth were spent together, a double concussion that rolled across the battlefield like the wrath of a dying god. The plane split. Molten glass burst upward. Drukhari attack streams separated, tangled, reversed, and found no clean path left open. The sixth shell remained. Horothis kept it, not from mercy, from instinct. Saivir felt the tempo slipping from his hands. He had speed. He had cruelty. He had warriors who could cross a killing field faster than human thought. He had engines born in the dark genius of Comora. Yet the grey Astartes did not chase what should not be chased. They did not answer insult with fury. They allowed the shadowed thorns to spend motion like blood. Every dash, every feint, every theatrical pass brought the Cabal closer to burned roots, collapsed ridges, waiting bolters, and brothers advancing with no interest in spectacle. The Carcharodons were not faster than Drukhari. They were colder. That coldness found Savir's elite bodyguard among the ruins. The Clivex stepped from behind a fractured arch of black stone, his clave held low in both hands, armor bright beneath soot and rain. He had been a prince of murder in the arenas before Savir bought his loyalty with captives and secrets. His helm was faceless silver. His movements were almost tender. The pale commander met him in the lee of a burning raider. No words came from the Astartes. The Clavex bowed, deep and mocking. So the silent one comes. Shall I carve a voice from you, corpse shark? The pale commander advanced. The clave flashed. It struck the commander's chest, scraping sparks from grey plate. A second cut opened his thigh guard. A third would have taken the helm at the neck seal, but the pale commander shifted by a fraction, letting the blade score his gorget instead of opening it. He absorbed the rhythm rather than fleeing it. The Clivex laughed, delighted, and struck faster. The Astartes let one blow land. The blade pierced his side beneath the ribs, sliding through a weakened seam. Blood, dark and thick, ran over the armor. The Clivex leaned close. There, you bleed. The pale commander's left hand closed around the weapon shaft. The rhythm broke. For the first time, the Xenos tried to pull back. The Astartes drove his helm into the Clivex's faceplate, cracking silver. His combat blade came up beneath the ribs. Not elegant, not theatrical, just efficient. Once, twice. The clave slipped. The commander stepped inside the guard and struck with his gauntlet, crushing the cracked helm inward. The Clavex dropped to one knee. A final blow put him face down in the steaming glass. The pale commander looked at the corpse for less than a breath. Then he moved on. Savir saw it through a dying warrior's feed before the signal ended. That was enough. "Withdraw by thorns," he ordered. His lieutenants answered with confusion, then obedience. Fighting retreat, not flight, never flight. The language mattered even when everyone understood the truth beneath it. "Toward the gates," Savir continued. "All surviving veils, break contact in sequence. Leave blades in their path. Leave screams behind you. Vraxhull, move your toys or lose them." The homunculus's reply came soft and amused. "I moved what mattered before you finished being proud." Savir bared his teeth, but did not answer. Across the boiling plains, the shadowed thorns began to withdraw into the ruins, not as a shattered mob, but as splinters drawn backward into a black wound. Raiders laid covering fire. Reavers dragged smoke trails across pursuit lanes. Scourges fired from storm banks and vanished. Cabalites died buying seconds for others to flee. Cruelty remained in every motion, but the shape of the battle had changed. The Carcharodons did not cheer. They did not raise trophies. They did not howl victory into the storm. They reloaded. They marked the dead. They dragged back what could be recovered. Then, through cooling glass and burning Xeno's wreckage, they pursued. The ruins received them like a mouth accepting blood. The humans had named the place the Thorn Maze, because mortal tongues needed names for fears they could not map. From a distance, it had seemed a field of jagged structures, black stone spires and broken arches rising from Loth's plains beneath the permanent storm. Within it, distance became treacherous. Corridors of obsidian narrowed without warning, opened into dead courtyards, or ended at chasms lit from below by lightning crawling through mineral veins. Walls leaned at impossible angles. Doorways led into chambers without floors. Bridges crossed nothing, or crossed drops so deep that thrown debris vanished before sound returned. The ruins were older than the Imperium, older than Herothes's warrant, older perhaps than mankind's first arrogant dreams of owning the stars. The Drukhari knew the paths. The Carcharodons knew pursuit. They entered without trumpet, without flare, without the shouted courage that mortals use to keep terror from chewing through their spines. Grey armor passed beneath black arches. Bolters tracked shadow. Auspex runes blinked across helm lenses. Rain hissed from hot weapon casings and cooled ceramite. Behind the first rank came devourers moving along broken elevations, jump packs coughing low bursts that carried them from ridge to arch to collapsed lintel. Heavy weapon brothers followed with missile launchers and multi-melters angled toward the depths. Scouts ranged ahead, almost invisible amid the black stone, their armor dulled with ash, their movements marked only by brief Auspex pings and the blood runes they painted at safe turns. The thorn maze answered with lies. Heat signatures flickered ahead where no body waited. Servo's skull-sized phantoms crossed the Auspex, vanished, then reappeared behind the advance. A voice called from a passage to the left, speaking in the precise tones of a Venger armsman long recorded dead. "Help me. By the throne, I am still alive. They have my legs. I can hear them coming back." No Carcharodon turned. A tactical brother raised one fist. Halt. The passage that had spoken shimmered. A mirror field failed beneath a scout's Auspex pulse, revealing monofilament wire strung from wall to wall at neck height, waist height, knee height, and along the floor. The strands were nearly invisible, each one fine enough to divide armor seals and flesh with equal contempt. Beyond the wire sat 3 imperial helmets arranged in a neat row, each containing a tongue nailed upright like a little banner. The scout marked the wall with a thumb of blood. A flamer answered the lie. Promethium washed through the passage in a rolling orange wave. The wire glowed, sagged, and snapped. Something beyond it screamed in a language that made the fire seem cleaner than the sound. The Carcharodons moved on. Savor had made the ruins into a slaughter labyrinth. Splinter mines hid beneath ash drifts and loose stone. Mirror fields bent corridors until warriors appeared to stand where there was only empty air. Captives were hung in alcoves with vox beads wired into their mouths, their cries triggered by motion or heat. Baited transmissions moved through the air in the voices of lost men, ship officers, priests, even Keel once, repeating false orders with enough accuracy to chill those who knew him. In one courtyard, a suspended cage of human survivors dropped from the dark just as Carcharodons entered, forcing them to choose between catching the falling men and firing at the Cabalites, waiting behind a veil of refracted shadow. The grey warriors chose both. 2 tactical brothers fired through the cage gaps without striking the prisoners. A devourer dropped from above, chainblade cutting the suspension cable, then caught the falling cage one-handed hard enough to buckle its frame and break one captive's ribs. The man inside screamed until a Carcharodon serf dragged him clear. The Cabalites behind the veil died in controlled bolter bursts, their bodies detonating against the black wall, beauty reduced to fragments and steam. The advance did not speed up. It did not slow. The Carcharodons responded to subtlety with brutality so clean it became its own kind of intelligence. They did not inspect suspicious chambers. They erased them. Flamers poured fire into rooms where the Auspex returned contradictory readings. Melter charges collapsed passages that smelled of ambush. Heavy bolters fired into ceilings, where dust fell against the wind. Devourers cleared upper routes by landing among hidden shooters and cutting them down before they could leap away. Tactical brethren advanced in pairs, one bolter high, one low, each covering the angle his brother ignored. The thorn maze tried to separate them. The Carcharodons refused to become separate things. Behind them came the humans. Ver had insisted on it. Horothis had allowed it. The rogue trader's reasons were not pure, and he knew it. Guilt moved somewhere in him, an ugly animal under layers of pride. His men had been taken. His ship had been made a cage. His command had delivered them into the hands of creatures that made suffering into currency. But politics also walked beside guilt. Survivors mattered. Names mattered. A rescued officer could testify. A recovered armsman could become proof of Horothis's endurance. Even pity, in the Imperium, had a ledger. So human rescue teams entered the thorn maze behind the Astartes and learned what Drukhari captivity meant when seen without the mercy of distance. They found cages hung over chasms, each one suspended by chains, fine enough to sing in the wind. They found men stretched across frames of living metal, nerves drawn out and connected to little black instruments that played them when touched by rain. They found naval armsmen kept awake by needles through the eyelids, forced to watch reflections of their own torment in mirror shards. They found medici orderlies stitched together by the palms so that each man's movement tore another's flesh. They found a tech adept still murmuring Binharic prayers while his augmetic limbs had been rearranged into a shrine of mockery around him. Some captives were dead, some were worse. The rescue teams stopped speaking after the first chamber. After the third, even the curses faded. Men worked with knives, cutters, and shaking hands. They cut chains. They lowered cages. They shot things that begged in voices too broken to remain human. Not all the begging came from victims. Confessor Gant walked among them. The wound in his side had been sealed with burned cloth, surgical staples, and faith mean enough to hold him upright. His face looked older than it had before the crash, though only a solar month had passed. His eyes had changed. The ornamental priest of the stark Venger was gone. The siege prophet remained, and what moved through the thorn maze in his robes was something carved by horror into utility. A man in a hook frame pleaded to die. Gant looked at him for a long time. The armsmen around him waited, silent, afraid of the answer. "Do you ask because pain commands you?" Gant said, "or because your soul is ready to stand before him?" The man tried to laugh. It became blood on his lips. "I cannot carry myself to judgment, Father." Gant nodded. He pressed the aquila to the man's forehead, spoke the words, and ended him with a last pistol shot through the heart. He did it again in the next chamber, and the next, but only when they begged for it, only when movement would tear them apart, only when the medici shook their heads and could not say mercy aloud. After each death, Gant turned to the armsmen who had chosen to go deeper. He blessed their blades, their bayonets, their shotguns, their cracked knuckles and broken courage. He no longer spoke of mercy. Mercy had become too small for Loth. He spoke of witness. "See this," he told them, standing beneath a cage of skinned dead. "Remember it. Carry it in your marrow. The alien does not merely kill. It teaches the soul to crawl. You will not crawl. You will witness. You will answer. You will make your deaths a statement the dark cannot translate." Men followed him, because hatred had become easier than fear. Farther within the maze, Vraxhul prepared his own lesson. The homunculus had watched the grey warriors with growing fascination. They were not like ordinary imperial transhumans, if such a phrase could be applied to any of the corpse gods' engineered brutes. Their silence interested him. Their ritual discipline interested him. Their refusal to posture interested him most of all. Pain taken from theatrical warriors was loud, but predictable. Pain taken from silent creatures could be rare music, if one knew where to cut. A Carcharodon fell in the upper passage called the Splintered Throat by the humans who survived it. He was a tactical brother, wounded first by a dark light beam that punched through a weakened thigh seal, then by splinter fire concentrated into the joint until toxin and blood ran together. He killed 2 Kabalites while falling. He killed a third from his knees. His bolter clicked empty. A 4th Drukhari came too close and died when the Astartes drew a combat knife and drove it through the Xenos' sternum with enough force to pin him to the wall. Then the racks swarmed him. They came from cracks in the black stone, surgical hooks ready, toxin needles hissing, restraint chains alive with barbed movement. Liquefier mist washed over the corridor behind him, cutting off immediate support. One rack drove an injector deep into the Astartes' wounded thigh. Another hooked beneath the gorget. A third clamped a restraint around his knife arm, while Vraxhul himself drifted close, eyes bright with possession. "Alive," the homunculus whispered. "Yes, alive will do." The wounded Carcharodon did not answer. His helm was cracked. One black lens had gone dark. Through the broken grille came a sound too low to be pain. A warning, perhaps, or breath. Vraxhul leaned closer, extending a cluster of fine blades from one wrist. "Show me where your silence lives." The Carcharodon's free hand moved, not toward a weapon, toward his belt. Vraxhul understood a fraction too late. The crack charge detonated against the warrior's own ruined armor. The blast collapsed the passage into white fire and black stone. Racks vanished in pieces. Surgical hooks spun through smoke. Vraxhul was thrown backward, one arm shredded to a cage of metal and tendon, his face split from cheek to jaw. He landed among his own attendants and laughed through the blood because pain, even his own, could still be appreciated when unexpected. The Carcharodon was gone. Not taken, not opened, not made art. Gone. The effect upon his brothers was nearly invisible. No cry of vengeance came over the Vox. No oath thundered through the thorn maze. No reckless charge answered the death. To mortal eyes, nothing changed. The grey warriors advanced as before, but the pace altered. A fraction faster, a fraction heavier, less surgical, more tidal. The Drukhari began finding their own ambushes reversed. A Kabbalite kill team waited behind a mirror field, only to discover a devourer already above them, chainblade dropping before their field fully opened. Reavers trying to escape along an upper causeway found the far end blocked by 2 silent grey figures with bolters raised. A group of racks retreating with harvested organs ran into a flamer team that had been waiting without motion for several minutes in absolute darkness. Their liquefier tanks burst under bolter fire and dissolved them into steaming heaps. The thorn maze stopped feeling like Saver's instrument. It began to feel occupied. That realization came to the Archon with exquisite unpleasantness. He moved through a vaulted chamber surrounded by his remaining elite, stepping over broken prisoners and discarded equipment as warning runes died across his helm display. Reports came in fragmented, clipped, and increasingly useless. Units missing. Webway approach routes marked. Scouts sighted and then not sighted. Escape channels sealed by melter collapse. Witnesses dead. Pilots vanished. Rack teams butchered. Pain engines delayed. They were not merely trying to save Basil Herothis. Saver saw that at last. The grey Astartes were mapping his exits. They were killing observers. They were burning paths that led away from Loth and marking those that led toward the gate. They were not behaving like rescuers. They were behaving like hunters who wanted no survivor carrying a true account of their numbers, their methods, or their name. The thought should have frightened him. Instead, it enraged him because it felt familiar. At the eastern edge of the ruins, a Drukhari pilot was taken alive. His venom had been crippled by a bolter round through its drive spine, the crash throwing him clear beneath a fallen arch. He came awake with a combat blade through one hand and a grey boot pinning his chest. He spat curses in his own tongue. He laughed in Gothic. He promised the Carcharodon holding him that Comorra would drink his marrow from a crystal bowl. The pale commander arrived without hurry. The pilot's laughter thinned. The commander removed his helm. Pale skin, black eyes, a face carved by old scars and deeper patience. He crouched before the prisoner, close enough that the Drukhari could see his reflection in those lightless eyes. No torture instruments appeared. No threats were made. No questions were spoken at first. The pilot tried mockery. "Do you think your silence unnerves me, corpse hound? I have heard saints beg and tasted princes weep. You are meat in old armor." The pale commander stared. The pilot tried bargaining. "I know passages. I know which gate is true, and which are decoys. Release me, and I will give you Savor's flank. I will give you Vraxhul's engines. I will give you captives your little humans still breathe for." The pale commander stared. The pilot tried threats. "My cabal will wear your hands. Your serfs will be bred into screaming furniture. Your gene seed will decorate the Needle Saint's table." Still nothing. The silence became a weight. It did not seek confession. It did not need fear. It merely waited for the pilot to understand that he was already dead, and only the usefulness of his final breaths remained undecided. At last, the pale commander spoke one word in High Gothic. "Gate." The Drukhari swallowed. The commander leaned closer. The pilot answered. Not because he was weak, not because pain broke him. Pain had not been applied. He answered because the absence of performance left him no role to play, and the black eyes before him offered no audience for defiance. When the information was taken, the pale commander rose. A void serf stepped from the shadows, carrying a hooked pole and a disposal blade. The pilot began to speak again, perhaps to bargain, perhaps to laugh, perhaps to scream. The commander had already turned away. The thorn maze ended beneath a ridge, split by storm and age. The obsidian rose from the earth like a fang driven upward through Loth's skin. Lightning crawled through its central wound, illuminating the hollow beneath in pulses of violet and white. There, surrounded by black arches older than human sin, stood the primary webway gate. It was beautiful. That was the worst of it. A crescent of impossible geometry hung above the ground, its surface not metal, not stone, not light, but all of those things refusing to remain separate. Beyond it shimmered darkness with depth, a path that did not lead through space but around it, a wound in the laws mankind had never understood. From within came distant sounds that might have been music, chains, laughter, or screams, refined until they no longer belonged to any species. Before the gate waited, Savor's remaining elite, Cabalite, trueborn in thorned armor, witches with blades wet from the maze, scourges perched upon broken arches, raiders hovering low in the storm murk, reavers idling like hungry insects, racks arranged in surgical stillness around Vraxhul's surviving Coven engines. Talos shapes drifted in the lightning, hooks flexing, reservoirs glowing. The pale commander reached the edge of the final approach and stopped. Around him, the Carcharodons came to stillness, one by one, until the only movement was rain steaming from armor and blood running down black stone. Behind them, far back in the dark, human armsmen gathered the living and the ruined. Ahead, the gate bled shadows. Savor K stood beneath it, smiling now because spectacle was all he had left. The Carcharodons raised their bolters. The gate did not stand in the ruins so much as infect them. It hung beneath the storm-split ridge in a crescent of impossible elegance, all black curve, violet radiance and angles that refused to remain obedient to the eye. No mortal mason had shaped it. No human machine spirit could have endured its presence without shrieking itself into scrap. It was ancient in the way oceans were ancient, graceful in the way a blade was graceful, and wrong in the way a wound was wrong when it opened in flesh that should have been whole. Violet black light spilled from its inner skin and washed across the obsidian floor. The radiance did not illuminate. It stained. It crawled over armor, stone, blood, and the broken bodies around the approach, giving everything it touched the color of bruised meat beneath thin skin. Through the gate came sounds that did not belong in real space. Chains drawn across polished floors. Music played on instruments tuned to nerves. Applause rising and falling like insects in a sealed chamber. Screams too layered to count. Laughter from throats that had never known pity and never needed lungs. Comorah breathed through the wound. Some of the human armsmen heard it from the outer trenches and wept without understanding why. Others clapped hands over their ears, though the sound was not entirely sound. It entered behind the eyes. It made memory itch. It promised that death was not the worst shape pain could take. Beneath that obscene light, Savor K rallied what remained of the shadowed thorns. He did not do it from courage. Courage was a peasant virtue, useful to mortals who needed lies to cross a battlefield. Savor had no love for last stands. Last stands were for those too slow to escape or too stupid to bargain. What held him beneath the gate was reputation. Reputation was armor in Comorah, and his had been struck before witnesses. He had bled warriors to silent grey brutes, lost the plain, lost the maze, lost the tempo of his own performance. If he fled without a wound worth singing, rivals would carve the tale into him for centuries. So he would make the defeat marketable. He would kill enough of the grey Astartes to shape humiliation into legend. He would return with names of monsters, if he could learn them, or with trophies if the dark was generous. He would speak of unexpected transhuman predators, orbital ambush, corpse ship treachery, a worthy complication. Defeat could be perfumed. Shame could be dressed in knives. His survivors gathered around him. Trueborn in thorned armor formed a crescent at the gate mouth. Witches crouched upon broken archways, blades held loose, bodies trembling with the hunger to turn fear into motion. Scourges clung to upper spans, wings mantled against the storm. Raiders hovered low enough for their blade hulls to reflect in puddles of violet light. Reavers growled at the flanks like impatient vermin. Beast handlers held back things with too many teeth and too much hunger, lean alien shapes straining against shock chains. Vraxhul was already betraying him, not fully, not stupidly. The homunculus lacked the vulgarity of obvious treason. He betrayed by prioritizing himself correctly. Behind the left arch, Rax moved specimen caskets toward the gate under cover of pain engines. The choicest captives went first, astropaths whose minds had not yet collapsed, void-born officers with unusual bone density, tech adepts still muttering half-broken machine prayers, a severed Astartes gauntlet in a sealed reliquary, taken from the maze before its owner detonated himself. Flesh, knowledge, curiosities, all moved quietly away, while Savor's warriors formed for spectacle. The Archon saw it across the comm feed. "Needle Saint," he said, voice sweet enough to poison wine. "Your courage appears to be walking toward the gate without you." Vraxhul stood beside a Talos engine, whose reservoirs glowed with stolen agony. Half his face had been repaired by staples and quick-grown skin, the result of the crack charge that had denied him his prize. The wound had improved his expression. "My courage is where it has always been," Vraxhul replied, "behind others. You evacuate while I fight. I preserve value while you decorate failure." Several Kabbalites turned toward the homunculus. Savor raised one finger, and they held. Knives within knives. Blame prepared before the battle had ended. It was almost comforting. At least some laws of existence remained stable. "You will hold your engines until I command otherwise," Savor said. "I will hold them until their loss becomes tedious." Savor smiled. "Then pray to whatever mutilated concept amuses you that I remain entertained." Vraxhul's racks continued moving the caskets. The Carcharodons did not give Savor time to arrange the opening words of his final performance. They attacked without warning. No challenge crossed the ruins, no demand for surrender, no declaration of righteous hatred, No sermon, no promise, no oath. One instant, the grey line stood at the edge of violet radiance, rain steaming from ceramite, bolters held low. The next, heavy weapons opened, and the gate mouth disappeared beneath disciplined fire. Missiles struck the upper arches, cracking ancient stone and blasting scourges from their perches in showers of black blood and torn membrane. Heavy bolters cut through Cabalite firing positions, not sweeping wildly, but stitching exact lines where bodies tried to move. Multi-melters burned through a raider's prow and spilled its warriors in flaming pieces across the obsidian floor. Carcharodons advanced as the suppression fell, tactical brethren moving through splinter fire with corpse-calm precision, each pair covering the other, each burst of bolter fire placed to close a path rather than chase a target. The devourers hit the flanks. Their jump packs barked low and brutal, carrying them into the ruins on either side of the gate. They crashed into broken arches and upper ledges, chain blades waking as they landed among witches and Cabalites. There was no duel there, only proximity and function. A witch spun with twin blades, carving sparks from a devourer's helm before the chain blade found his neck and turned grace into red spray. Another tried to leap away, but a combat knife caught him in the thigh and dragged him back into the teeth. A Cabalite fired into the chest of an assault brother until his splinter rifle clicked dry. The Carcharodon took 2 more steps and split him from collar to pelvis. Then bruised lightning opened behind Saver's rear guard. The Red Brethren arrived in silence and frost. One appeared among Vraxhul's racks, Thunderhammer already descending. The first rack became paste across the base of a specimen casket. The second lost his upper body to storm bolter fire before his liquefier could rise. Another Terminator materialized beside a Talos engine and drove a chain fist through its side before the machine fully turned. The pain engine thrashed, hooks tearing gouges through ancient armor, but the Terminator leaned in as though embracing the damage and soared deeper until black fluids burst across both of them. The Drukhari unleashed everything. Dark lances stabbed through rain and smoke, scoring grey armor, cracking stone, punching holes through tactical brothers who did not fall until their bodies understood they were dead. Heat lances flashed from reavers and low skimmers, melting ceramite into running slag where they struck. Liquefier weapons hissed from rack lines, reducing barricade stones, corpses and living men into the same steaming collapse. Phantasm grenades burst in clouds of psychic toxin, spilling nightmare images through mortal minds and making several armsmen behind the Carcharodon line scream at things they alone could see. The beast packs were released. Lean things from the dark arenas of Comorra bounded over the broken ground, all teeth, hooked limbs, and blind hunger. They struck human rescue teams first. Men vanished beneath them. Shotguns fired into fur, scale, and chitin. Bayonets snapped. One beast dragged an armsman by the face until Vare put a shell through its spine and another through the man's skull when he saw what remained attached. The Astartes line absorbed the storm. Mass against speed. Cruelty against colder cruelty. The Drukhari fought like murder made art, each motion exquisite, each retreat another feint. The Carcharodons fought like extinction given armor. They did not need hatred. They had trajectory. They had duty. They had the absence of hesitation. Horothis and Vare's armsmen reached the outer fight against every sensible order. The rogue trader had not asked permission from the Pale Commander because he suspected permission would not exist. He came limping through the ruins with Vare, Gant, and 100 men who still had the strength to carry weapons. Some bore lasguns, some shotguns, some carried demolition charges meant for collapsed ship compartments, now strapped to their chests and backs. Their armor was scorched, their faces hollow, their eyes too bright. They were not reinforcements in any grand sense. They were survivors carrying the last usable anger of a dead ship. Humans died immediately. Splinter fire took the front rank. A phantasm grenade burst among the second and sent 3 men clawing at their own throats. A reaver pass opened 6 bodies from shoulder to groin before heavy stubber fire finally brought the bike down. Vare pushed through the blood and shoved men into a narrow trench beneath the right approach. "Hold this cut," he snarled. "No one passes left, no one runs right. Dive forward if you must." They held long enough for Carcharodon heavy weapon brothers to reposition onto a cracked ridge overlooking the gate. That was the measure of mortal usefulness on Loth. Not victory. Seconds purchased in blood. Other armsmen dragged prisoners clear from the specimen lines. They cut cages from hooks, shot locks, carried men who were light from blood loss, and others who screamed because movement reminded their bodies they had nerves. Horothis planted demolition charges beside a support arch with one working hand, while Keel, who should not have been there and was there anyway, recited arming codes through a cracked vox bead. The charges blinked red, then green. Confessor Gant died without beauty. He had taken a fallen banner pole from a dead house guard. Its cloth burned away. Its spear tip snapped, but still sharp enough to enter flesh. A wounded Drukhari raider crawled near the trench, one leg gone, one arm broken, the other dragging an agonizer that still crackled with venomous energy. He moved toward a boy-faced armsman who had fallen and could not reload. Gant stepped between them. He drove the broken banner pole into the raider's throat. The Xenos convulsed, striking with the agonizer as he died. The weapon hit Gant low in the belly and opened him with a flash of nerve fire. The Confessor fell hard, guts spilling through burned robes, one hand still gripping the pole as the raider kicked beneath him. It was not clean. It was not glorious. He choked. He tried to speak and produced blood. 2 armsmen saw him trying to push his own intestines back inside himself while still holding the Xenos down. Terror took them, then something beyond terror. They fired past him into the next Drukhari shapes, screaming the hymn he had taught them in voices too cracked for melody. Gant looked up once, eyes unfocused. "Witness," he breathed. Then Vare stepped over him and kept firing because the line still needed holding. The pale commander reached Savior beneath the bleeding gate. The Archon greeted him with laughter because laughter was armor, and armor was necessary now. "There you are," Savior called, blades spreading from his hands like the petals of a killing flower. "Silent thing, grey thing, little corpse shark. Do you know what I will make of you? I will unthread your nerves and teach them to sing in my hall. I will wear your black eyes as mourning jewels. I will feed your serfs to furniture that remembers how to beg." The pale commander advanced through violet light. Savior circled him, swift and beautiful, the agonizer in one hand whispering with lethal current, the husk blade in the other, drinking radiance from the gate. "You are no savior. I know you now. I smell it beneath your iron. You came for slaughter and tithe. You came because we touched prey in waters you claim. We are kin, you and I, predators wearing different prayers." The commander said nothing. Savior struck first. The husk blade flashed across the Carcharodon's chest, cutting deep enough to expose inner plate. The agonizer followed and touched the left arm. Nerve fire crawled through armor seals, through black carapace, into transhuman flesh. The pale commander slowed by a fraction. Savior saw it and laughed. There, even silence has nerves. The Archon moved faster, blade over blade, voice never ceasing. He mocked the Imperium's brutality, its corpse throne, its tithe worlds, its children fed to war engines, its saints made from propaganda and bone. He called the Carcharodons honest monsters hiding behind duty. He called the Emperor a carrion appetite with a crown. The pale commander absorbed a cut along the thigh, another across the helm. A third pierced his side beneath the ribs, and blood ran black in the gate light. Savior leaned close. "Speak, corpse shark." The commander's hand closed around the Archon's agonizer wrist. Ceramite fingers crushed armor. Bone followed. Savior's laughter stopped. The pale commander spoke in High Gothic, voice low and old and colder than the void between dying stars. "You mistake hunger for purpose." Then he broke Savior inside his own guard. A headbutt shattered the Archon's mask and teeth. A knee strike folded one leg backward. The commander wrenched the agonizer arm until the joint tore loose beneath the armor. Saver slashed with the husk blade, opening the Astartes side wider, but the blow had no space, no rhythm, no theater left inside it. The pale commander stepped through the pain and drove his combat blade beneath Saver's breastplate. Not deep enough to kill at once, precisely deep enough. Saver dropped to the obsidian, gasping, his face bare to the violet light. Around him, his elite were dying. His gait shook under impacts. His voice, for once, found no audience willing to make his fear. Beautiful. The pale commander looked down at him until the Archon understood. Not pain, not defeat, not death. Fear without performance. Then the commander turned away and left him alive long enough to know it. The webway gate began to fail. Melter charges planted by Herothis' men detonated along the support arches. Carcharodon lance targeting from orbit found the ridge through storm and ruin, sending white lines of fire into the obsidian crown above the portal. The elegant crescent shuddered. Its violet-black radiance pulsed like a diseased heart. The sounds from beyond rose in pitch, chains, music, screams, applause, all collapsing into one shrieking note. Drukhari survivors fled for it. Some ran with dignity, some crawled, some shoved their own wounded aside. Vraxhul's racks dragged caskets through the gate, while their master retreated with what remained of his engines, casting one last irritated glance at the specimens he would never recover. Cabalites fired backward as they vanished. Reavers plunged into the wound, in reality trailing smoke. Scourges folded wings and dove through, leaving drops of blood hanging in the air behind them. The Carcharodons pursued only far enough to make panic complete. Devourers butchered those too slow at the threshold. Red Brethren fired storm bolters into the press until bodies clogged the light. Tactical brothers advanced to the edge and killed every Drukhari who turned back with a weapon raised. They did not cross in force. They did not need to. The gate was dying, and the hunt beyond belonged to another darkness. The pale commander stood before the collapsing wound as Saiva's broken body was dragged through by two remaining Cabalites, the Archon's eyes fixed on him until the portal swallowed them. The Carcharodon lifted one hand. Withdraw. Grey warriors stepped back as one. The gate screamed, folded inward, and tore itself from reality in a burst of violet shadow and black fire. The blast threw humans flat, cracked obsidian, and sent burning fragments of impossible architecture spinning into the storm. When the light died, only a scorched crescent scar remained beneath the ridge, weeping smoke into Loth's endless night. No one cheered. The Carcharodons reloaded in silence. The humans stared at the place where hell had closed, and understood that survival was not the same as deliverance. Dawn never came on Loth. The storm thinned in places, and the black clouds opened like wounds, showing brief bruises of higher darkness where stars might have been. Lightning crawled through the torn sky without warmth. Rain fell in bitter sheets over the ruin of the Stark Venger, hissing where it touched hot metal, steaming where it struck glass, and pooling red where it found trenches full of dead men. The battle was over. That truth did not arrive like victory. It did not come with trumpets, hymns, cheering, or the clean raising of banners over a conquered field. It came as an absence. No splinter fire whispered from the dark. No raiders screamed through the storm. No stolen voices begged over the vox in the tones of murdered brothers. No reaver engines shrieked across the black plains. No laughter rose from the ruins. The silence that followed was larger than the battle had been, and more frightening, because men did not yet trust it. Human survivors emerged from the broken cruiser slowly, as if the world outside might punish them for believing they were still alive. They came from the bridge reliquary, the port macro gallery, the Enginarium Spine, the Chapel of St. Corda, and the Black Mouth. They came limping, crawling, carrying one another, or being dragged by medici orderlies whose hands shook too badly for clean work. Some wore flak armor cracked by impact, or acid eaten by liquefier mist. Some had no armor left at all, only scorched underclothes, bandages, blood, and weapon straps. Men who had spent a solar month fighting in corridors now stood beneath Loth's endless storm and stared at the plains the Carcharodons had remade. Glass, ash, wreckage, drifting poison smoke. The crash scar of the Stark Venger ran across the plain like the track of a falling god. Its edges still glowed in places. Around it lay the corpses of Drukhari skimmers, burned into twisted elegance. Raider prows protruded from molten earth. Venom hulls had collapsed inward around their dead crews. Reaver bikes lay like broken insects, their blade veins buried in cooling. Glass. Here and there, a pale hand or splintered mask showed beneath ash before rain covered it. The human dead were less graceful. They were everywhere, in trenches, in breach mouths, beneath fallen ship plates, around the ruined barricades where the last defense had held. Some were whole enough to be named, many were not. Others had been taken and never returned, which the living had learned was a wound deeper than death. Men moved among the bodies with tally slates and corpse tags until they stopped counting aloud. Numbers had become obscene. Loss had become a country too large to survey. Basil Herothis stood upon a fallen section of hull, plating outside the starboard breach, coat torn, shoulder bound, palm wrapped in stained linen. His throat brace clicked and sparked when he breathed. Rain ran down his face and gathered in the lines that had not been there when he first looked upon Loth as a prize. A scribe read him the losses, because command demanded that grief be made administrative. Most of the first landing parties were dead or taken. Bastion 9 had fewer than a quarter of its original strength. Bastion 4 had no water crew left alive. The medici tents had been emptied twice by the Xenos before the crash, and once after it. Thousands had died aboard the Stark Venger during descent, entire decks compacted into tomb strata beneath the lower cargo spine. The debtor holds were gone. The aft shrine manufactorum was gone. The lower port gun decks were sealed, and would remain sealed until salvage teams cut them open, if any salvage team was foolish enough to try. Ammunition was near spent. Plasma reserves were crippled. The dynasty vaults had survived in part, though several reliquaries had been shattered, and one Archaeotech casket remained missing. Herothis listened without interrupting. He had survived. In the Imperium, survival was often mistaken for victory. The Stark Venger would never rise again under its own power. His private army was gutted. His reputation would become a thing argued over in distant rooms by men who had not smelled Loth's reign. Some would say he had been reckless, and they would be correct. Some would say he had endured the Drukhari and held until unknown Astartes' intervention, and they would also be correct. In the ledgers of Crusade history, truth mattered less than which seal pressed wax first. He looked across the plain. The Carcharodons were recovering their dead. They did not mourn as men mourned. Apothecaries in grey and white moved with ritual precision among fallen Void Brothers. Their narthesia whined and clicked. Red drills entered broken breastplates. Bone saws shrieked through fused ceramite. Progenoid glands were taken with reverence as cold as execution law. A fallen warrior whose chest had been burned open by dark light was held upright by two serfs, while an apothecary reached into the ruin of him and drew out the chapter's future in blood-slicked fingers. Another body, too damaged to recover whole, was stripped of helm, gauntlets, gene seed reliquary, weapon, oath bones, and fragments of armor marked by kill runes. What remained was burned. No lament, no names spoken for mortal ears. Serfs gathered broken plate, spent magazines, damaged blades, and scorched bolters. They moved quietly through the rain with drag harnesses and reliquary caskets, heads bowed, hands steady despite the horror around them. A dead Carcharodon was not a corpse in the way a human was a corpse. He was sacred material, gene seed, armor history, weapon lineage, lessons carried in damage. The flesh mattered only so long as the chapter could reclaim what the flesh had guarded. Ver watched them from beside Hrothis. The arms master's face was a map of bruises and cuts. His left arm hung in a sling. His right hand rested near his pistol, out of habit more than threat. "They do not weep," he said. Hrothis looked at the apothecaries again. "Would it comfort you if they did?" "No." "Then be grateful they are honest." Ver spat blackened blood into the rain. "Honest monsters." Hrothis almost smiled. It hurt too much. The pale commander came to them after the last Drukhari bodies near the breach had been burned. He approached with 3 warriors behind him and no ceremony. His armor had been repaired only enough to seal the worst damage. The wound Saiver had given him had been clamped beneath dark bonding plates, but the rain still found streaks of blood along his side. His helm was mag-locked at his hip. His face was uncovered, pale as old bone, eyes black, expression unreadable. Several human officers lowered their gazes before they realized they had done it. Hrothis stood straighter. "My lord Astartes," he said. The pale commander regarded him in silence. "I would know the name of the warrior who broke the Xenos siege and the chapter to which I owe my survival." No answer came at first. Rain clicked against grey ceramite. Somewhere behind them, a wounded man screamed, while a medicae saw removed what remained of his leg. The Carcharodon did not turn toward the sound. When he spoke, it was in ancient High Gothic, cold and formal. "Crusade reinforcements are inbound." Hrothis waited. "That is not what I asked." "No." Ver shifted beside him. The 3 Carcharodons behind the commander did not move, yet the air tightened around them. Hrothis chose his next words with care. He had negotiated with admirals, priests, pirates, mutant kings, mechanicus factors, and men who wore courtesy like armor. The pale commander was none of those things. He did not seem offended by questions. He seemed untouched by them. "The administratum will require record," Hrothis said. "The navy will ask who intervened. Lord Angevin's officers will demand a report. Give them one." "Without your name?" "Yes." "And your chapter?" The commander's black eyes remained on him. "Yes." The refusal was so complete that anger found no place to grip. Hrothis felt it anyway, rising beneath the bruises and exhaustion. He had lost a ship, men, wealth, pride, and blood. Now the Savior would not even grant him the courtesy of identification. He inclined his head by a fraction. "As you will." The pale commander said nothing. Hrothis thought that was the end of it. Then the price came. A grey armored warrior stepped forward and handed a slate to one of Hrothis' surviving quartermasters. The mortal took it, read the first lines, and went pale beneath his grime. He looked to Hrothis with the expression of a man hoping someone else would be ordered to speak. Hrothis held out his hand. The slate was placed in it. He read: munitions, armor plate, plasma cores, repair stock, void-sealed rations, medical stores, bonded laborers, fuel cells, machine spare caskets, salvage rights to confirmed Xenos wreckage, any archaeotech recovered from Loth and not already sealed under Dynasty blood claim, subject to inspection, bulk metals from the shattered cargo holds, sacred oils, macro battery components, surviving assault craft parts, gene-grade stasis containers from the Medici vault. His fingers tightened on the slate. "This is a tithe," he said. The pale commander looked at him. "This is theft dressed in liturgy." Still no answer. Ver's hand moved toward his pistol. It was not a thought. It was a reflex. The hand of a soldier hearing insult, seeing threat, and reaching for the one argument left to mortal men. He stopped before his fingers touched the grip. Every Carcharodon in the chamber had already measured him. Not openly, not theatrically. No weapon rose, no helm turned sharply. Yet Ver felt the math of his own death settle around him. The warrior to the left would break his arm before the pistol cleared leather. The one behind would put a bolt through his spine if he somehow fired. The pale commander would not need to move unless everyone else failed, and nothing in the chamber suggested failure was common among them. Ver lowered his hand. His face reddened with rage and humiliation. Horothis saw it. He also saw the Carcharodons see it and dismiss it. The rescue had been real. It had never been charity. "You came because of the Drukhari," Horothis said. The pale commander answered after a long moment. "Yes." "You saved this ship's survivors." "Yes." "And now you strip the ship." The commander's voice remained unchanged. "You live. The alien is broken. The void has opened debt." Horothis laughed once. It was not a pleasant sound. "Debt. My lord, I am a rogue trader of sacred warrant. I understand debt better than priests understand guilt. Debt requires contract." The pale commander looked past him toward the ruined Stark Venger. "No." The word was soft. It ended the argument more effectively than a shout. Horothis understood then the shape of Carcharodon law. It was not imperial court law. It was not administratum tax law. It was not navy salvage protocol or dynasty compact. It was older, simpler, and infinitely less interested in appeal. The Xenos had been killed. The humans had been left alive. The Carcharodons had spent ammunition, blood, and warriors. Therefore something would be taken to balance the dark. He could refuse. The thought came to him bright and poisonous. He could invoke warrant. He could call witnesses. He could order Ver to prepare the remaining armsmen, send word to the Port Macro Gallery to ready the final shell, command Keel to overload something sacred and catastrophic within the Venger's wounded heart. He could learn whether the Grey Astartes were kinder to humans than Drukhari. Horothis looked at the pale commander's black eyes and knew he had no wish to purchase that lesson. So he paid. He did it with a courtly bow. Not deep, never deep. Enough to mark concession without confessing submission. Enough to preserve the last splinter of dynasty dignity before men who cared nothing for it. "The Horothis dynasty acknowledges the debt of blood and battle," he said. "The listed material will be made available under my seal." Ver stared at him. Keel, standing not far away with a cane and a face half covered in synth grafts, closed his remaining eye. The pale commander inclined his head by less than a finger's width. The tithe was taken with a precision that made it colder. The Carcharodons did not loot wildly. They did not sack noble quarters or rifle through personal shrines. They did not take more from the vaults than the slate had named. That restraint should have comforted the mortals. It did the opposite. There was no passion in it, no greed that could be despised, no cruelty that could be cursed. They came with serfs, load lifters, sealed carts, and tech marines. They entered the Venger's surviving holds under armed watch and removed exactly what had been demanded. Munitions crates vanished into Thunderhawk holds. Armor plate was cut from secondary bulkheads already marked as non-essential by Mechanicus Calculus. Plasma cores were taken from storage shrines after a tech marine silenced the protesting machine spirit with binary authority that made the attending engineers kneel in fear. Medical stores were divided while Horothis' surgeons watched with murder in their eyes and no power to act. Void-sealed rations were hauled away by the pallet. Repair stock followed. Fuel cells, sacred oils, machine parts, bolt shells from sealed emergency reserves, stasis containers, Xeno's wreckage collected from the plane, a black casket from the Dynasty Vault, its contents unknown to most aboard, was opened, inspected, and taken. The bonded laborers were selected last. That caused the most silence. Men from the lower holds who had survived the crash by accident, debt, and cruelty of luck were assembled beneath armed guard. Some were criminals, some were born into obligation, some had never seen a sky before Loth's black storm and wished they never had. A Carcharodon serf moved among them with a slate while a grey warrior watched. Names were marked, collars were scanned, bodies were inspected for usefulness. Hrothis said nothing. Ver walked away before his face betrayed him. Keel stayed. He watched each chosen man step from one form of bondage into another, and wondered whether any of them understood that the grey ship might be worse than the lower holds, or better, or merely different in the way one dark ocean differed from another. When the tithe was complete, the Carcharodons began to depart. Thunderhawks lifted from the plain in the same brutal silence with which they had landed. Their engines turned rain to steam and ash to spirals. Red Brethren returned to teleport coordinates and vanished in bruised lightning from the corpse ship's inner chambers. Tactical Brethren withdrew by squads, never turning their backs fully to the ruins until the final perimeter was collapsed. Apothecaries carried sealed gene seed reliquaries. Serfs carried armor fragments and ammunition. Tech Marines escorted the taken machine stores as if they were prisoners of honor. No blessings were exchanged, no oaths of future brotherhood, no promise that the hunters would return if the dark came again. Hrothis and Keel stood beneath the torn shadow of the Stark Venger and watched the last Thunderhawk rise toward the storm. For a long time neither spoke. Then Keel said, "The Emperor saved us with monsters." Hrothis watched the grey craft vanish into black cloud. "The Imperium has never used any other kind." Keel looked at him then, perhaps to judge whether bitterness or wisdom had spoken. Hrothis gave him nothing to measure. The Carcharodons remained in system long enough to finish their own rites, and no longer. Their ship never answered the hails Hrothis sent after Pride recovered enough to attempt them. It accepted no thanks. It offered no transponder ident. It broadcast no chapter cant, no crusade compliance code, no devotional acknowledgement to Lord Angevin's authority. For 3 solar days, it hung beyond the worst of Loth's storm shadow, a grey absence at the edge of imperial perception, while its serfs completed loading and its warriors sealed away their dead. Then it left, not with glory, not with fire enough for the survivors below to watch and remember. One watch cycle, the augurs held its cold mass at the edge of their wounded range. The next, there was only background void and the soft static of machines that had been listening to something they could not understand. 3 solar days later, Imperial Navy outriders arrived with banners bright, vox channels loud, and questions already sharpened by suspicion. By then, the hunters were gone into the outer dark, without transponder, without blessing, without farewell. The Imperial Navy arrived late. It came with vox thunder, lumen codes, challenge bursts, formation rites, gunship escorts, and the polished arrogance of men who believed that arriving beneath banners made the battlefield answerable to them. Outriders pierced Loth's outer dark in disciplined squadrons, prows painted with crusade markings and devotional script, their augur veins wide and hungry. Behind them came support craft, medici lighters, inspection cutters, salvage crawlers, provost launches, and black-hulled vessels whose transponders carried inquisitorial seals that made navy captains lower their voices. They found no battle waiting for them. That disturbed them more than gunfire would have done. Loth turned beneath its unending storm, black and bruised and silent. The Stark Venger lay crippled across the plains in its trench of impact glass, no longer a cruiser except in memory and legal designation. Its guns were cold, its shields were dead. Its hull had become a mountain range of torn armor, collapsed decks, broken reliquaries, exposed cables and sealed tomb compartments. Around it, the plains had been fused into sheets of black glass, veined with dull red. Wreckage littered the battlefield in patterns the Navy officers did not at first understand. Drukhari skimmers had burned down to elegant skeletons. Splinter weapons lay shattered beneath ash.
Poison smoke drifted through the rain in low banks that made Auspex spirits stutter and Medici servitors refuse entry until priests beat them forward with litanies and shock rods. The Drukhari were gone. That was the first impossibility. The second was that humans still lived. Survivors emerged from the stark Venger in groups guarded by men who no longer trusted open ground. They came thin, smoke-stained, bandaged, poisoned, half-blind from lumen deprivation and storm glare. Many flinched at aircraft engines. Some wept when Navy Medici tried to touch them. Others laughed at questions until provosts threatened them, and then they kept laughing because threats had become a childish language compared to what Loth had taught them. Their accounts made no peace with one another. Grey giants in the bridge, black-eyed angels, shark teeth painted on armor, pale faces beneath ancient helms, terminators appearing in frost, no war cries, no mercy, bolters that sounded like walls collapsing, a commander who spoke like a corpse from the age of darkness, a ship in the void that came without codes and left without farewell. One armsman swore there had been an entire chapter, another insisted there had only been a handful, but each one killed like a squad. A gun deck loader said the Emperor had sent dead space marines from beneath the sea. A Medici orderly claimed he had seen a giant with lightning claws cut through 6 Drukhari before the blood of the first had struck the deck. A provost testified that the Grey Warriors took prisoners from the Venger's lower holds as tithe, then recanted when he realized what such words might.
Invite. The Navy recorded everything. The Inquisition listened for what the Navy did not know to fear. Horothis was questioned in what had once been his secondary audience chamber, a room now tilted by the crash and reinforced with temporary braces. The gold leaf had peeled from the walls. The dynasty banners were smoke-stained. A cracked statue of one of his ancestors leaned at an angle over the interrogation table, one marble hand missing, the other still raised as if blessing prophet. Across from Basil Horothis sat interrogator Malivar Cord, robed in black, clean despite the ruin around him. He was not old, but he had the bloodless face of a man who had chosen suspicion as a form of worship. Beside him stood 2 savants with parchment skin, ink-stained fingers, and augmetic eyes that clicked whenever Horothis spoke. A servo skull hovered near the ceiling, recording every breath. They asked about the Drukhari only at first. Numbers, weapons, heraldry, leadership, webway access, pain engines, captives, surviving Xenos material, contamination risks, possible taint among recovered prisoners, whether any human had bargained, submitted, or been altered. Horothis answered with the patience of a dynast and the restraint of a man who understood that authority often wore quieter clothes than power armor. He described the cabal of shadowed thorns, though he did not know whether that name had been taken from intercepted signals, prisoner screams, or Savor's own vanity. He described razor wings in the storm, raiders, venoms, splinter rifles, dark lances, liquefiers, racks, grotesques, pain engines, wyches, and the final gate beneath the obsidian ridge. He described enough to prove competence, not enough to expose every failure. Then the questions changed. Identify the Astartes chapter, Cord said. Horothis leaned back, fingers interlaced despite the pain in his bandaged palm. They did not identify themselves. What heraldry did they display? Grey armor, black and white markings, tooth patterns, a Moor device upon some plates and craft. A shark? So several of my men insist. And you? I saw teeth. I am not a heraldic savant. The savant to Cord's left scratched that down with a quill that had probably been cut from something living. What words were spoken by their commander? Few. Repeat them. Horothis remembered the pale commander's black eyes and the cold simplicity of his voice. He told me I was alive, for the moment. Later, he informed me Crusade reinforcements were inbound. Language? High Gothic, archaic structure, older than current naval forms. Accent? Horothus gave him a thin smile. Predatory. Cord did not smile back. Did they display Imperial compliance? They killed Xenos raiders and preserved Imperial lives. That is not an answer. It is the only answer that matters to the men they saved. The interrogator let the silence stretch. Did they remove material from the Stark Venger? Horothus had expected that knife. My ship was ruined. Much had to be redistributed for continued defense and recovery. That is not an answer either. No, Horothus said. It is a truth you may file where you deem appropriate. Cord studied him. Did they take anything forbidden? Here Horothus lied, but not entirely. No item prescribed by Imperial law was knowingly surrendered. Knowingly surrendered. The two words did a great deal of labor and left no sweat on their brows. The savants wrote. Cord watched. You protect them. Horothus allowed fatigue to show. Fatigue was useful because men mistook it for honesty. Interrogator, I cannot protect warriors who came from nowhere, killed an army of raiders, stripped my stores under my own guns, and departed before your outriders entered the system. I can barely protect my own reputation from the wreckage beneath our feet. And yet you choose words like armor. I am a rogue trader. Words are armor. So are lies. So are reports. So are warrants, seals, bloodlines, and graves. You know this, or your master chose poorly. For the first time, Cord almost smiled. Describe the commander. Horothus looked toward the cracked wall, though he saw instead the bridge after the slaughter, frost steaming from grey armor, Drukhari bodies in pieces across the deck. Pale, he said. Black-eyed, unhelmed when I saw his face, teeth not wholly human, wounded by the Xenos Archon and indifferent to it. He spoke as if he had not expected to be answered, only obeyed. Name? None offered. Chapter? None offered. Would you know them again? Horothus paused. Yes, he said. Emperor, help me. Yes. Ver gave his account standing because his wounds made sitting worse. They questioned him in a cargo hold, converted into a tribunal annex, surrounded by sealed evidence caskets and weapon fragments. He wore a fresh coat over ruined armor and had refused sedatives. His left arm was still bound. His right hand trembled only when no one watched. Terminators in the bridge, he said. Grey plate, frost when they arrived. Lightning claws, chain fists, storm bolters, thunder hammers. They dropped into the Xenos mass and killed until there was nothing left worth aiming at. How many? Asked a savant. In the bridge, less than a squad at first, more elsewhere. Define more. Ver's jaw worked. Engineerium, port battery, cargo holds, chapel breach. Every place we were about to lose, they appeared. So hundreds? No. But survivors report hundreds. Survivors report what fear makes of bad light. Could not have been hundreds. Could not have been more than a few dozen in the ship. And outside? 70 on the plains. Thereabouts. Tactical brethren, assault elements with jump packs, heavies, veterans, lance support from orbit, no war cries, no banners, no confusion. They did not ask us where to stand. They did not tell us where they would fire. They expected us to survive their plan or not. Did they show mercy? Ver looked at the questioner as if the man had spoken nonsense. To the Drukhari? No. To your men? The arms-master thought of the bonded labourers selected beneath grey watch, of medici stores loaded into Thunderhawks while wounded men shivered nearby, of a Terminator stepping through his firing lane without looking back. They saved who was useful to save, he said at last. That is not mercy. No, Ver said, it is not. Keel gave the Voidman's account with wires still threaded through his skull. He had been moved to a medici alcove aboard a navy cutter, though he refused full removal from the Stark Venger until Horothus ordered it. His remaining augmetic eye glowed dimly. The other socket was sealed behind a black patch of synth skin. When the interrogators asked him about the unknown ship, He answered more readily than he had answered medici questions. "It moved like a predator," Keel said. "Clarify." "No." Interrogator Cord leaned closer. "Master Keel, I cannot clarify what your kind do not feel. Crusade vessels announce themselves because they want obedience. Navy vessels announce themselves because they want order. Pilgrims announce themselves because they want witness. Raiders announce themselves when fear serves them. That ship did none of these things. It failed to answer Imperial codes. Codes are for those who care to be known. You believe they deliberately avoided identification?" Keel's ruined mouth twitched. "They were gone before you arrived because they never intended to be found." "Could the vessel have been renegade?" Keel looked at him then, and something like anger survived beneath the exhaustion. "If they had been renegade, Interrogator, you would be questioning fewer survivors." Cord did not write that down. One of the savants did. The savants compared the accounts for 3 nights of ship time. They searched Crusade archives, partial chapter rolls, fragmentary battle reports, sealed myths, dead expeditionary logs, Navy ghost records, forbidden marginalia, and the whispered categories kept for forces too useful to condemn and too unknown to trust. Grey-clad void hunters, featureless records, Astartes at the edge of Imperial sight, pale warriors with black eyes, ancient plate, silence before battle, tithe taken after intervention, warriors from the outer darkness, names surfaced and were dismissed, ashen claws, forgotten sons, fleet-based predators, exile chapters, bad transcription, survivor hysteria, deliberate concealment. One term remained, Carcharodons. It was entered into the sealed record with qualifiers sharp enough to draw blood. Probable. Sighting. Not confirmed. Chapter identity unverified. Compliance irregular, but operationally beneficial. Material tithe disputed. Further inquiry recommended and unlikely. Horothis was granted rights to establish holdings on Loth. The decree arrived wrapped in red ribbon and stamped with seals from the Crusade authorities, the Navy, the Administratum, and a lesser inquisitorial mark that made it feel less like a reward than a collar. Loth was now his by salvage, blood, endurance, and legal exhaustion. The Horothis dynasty could build watch stations, extraction rigs, fortified landing fields, burial shrines and tax houses upon its black plains. It could claim the ruins not marked forbidden. It could sell the story of survival carefully enough to profit from disaster. The victory was poisoned. His dynasty owned a night world full of ghosts, Xeno scars, ruined men, sealed tomb decks, and a ridge where reality had once bled into hell. The stark Venger would become a fortress until stripped, repaired into something lesser, or enshrined as proof of Horothis courage. Men would come to Loth because men always came when a seal told them profit lived beneath danger. They would dig, they would map, they would die. The Administratum would count them, the Ecclesiarchy would bless them. Horothis would sign the charters. Survival had cost him more than he could publicly admit. In the ruins around the crash scar, the surviving armsmen built shrines, not grand ones. Grand shrines came later, when stonecutters and priests arrived to lie on behalf of the dead. These were battlefield things, crude and necessary. Broken splinter rifles were driven into the glass like fence posts. Melted bolter casings were set around them in circles. Strips of armor, human and Xenos, hung from wire. Names were scratched into hull plates. Confessor Gant's broken banner pole was placed at the center of one shrine beneath the chapel breach, still stained where his hands had gripped it. They did not know the chapter's name, so they made names. The Grey Dead, the Emperor's Sharks, the Silence, the Teeth in the Void. Men whispered those names during night watches when the storm grew too quiet. Some made tooth signs over their hearts. Some prayed never to see the Grey Warriors again. Some prayed they would. Far from Loth, in the lightless splendor of Comera, a mutilated survivor of the Shadowed Thorns tried to sell the tale. He had once been beautiful by the standards of his kind. Now half his face was reconstructed poorly, one arm replaced by a hooked prosthetic that twitched when he lied, and his back bore scars from punishments administered by those who disliked returning failure. He stood in a lesser pain theatre before patrons who had paid to be amused by disaster. Around him lounged Cabalites, courtiers, minor archons, arena patrons and flesh artists eager for embarrassment dressed as spectacle. At first, they laughed. They laughed when he described the human cruiser falling from the sky. They laughed at the rogue trader in his broken throne. They laughed at Savor's pride. They laughed at the lance trap, because humiliation was sweetest when it belonged to another court. They laughed at Vraxhul's failed specimen, at Rax destroyed by a captive who chose obliteration, at Reavers turned to ash, at scourges falling on fire. Then he described the silence. The laughter faltered. He told them of grey warriors who did not posture, who did not curse, who did not chase bait, who stood beneath attack and gave nothing back until the sky killed on their behalf, who pursued through ambush without becoming angry, who looked at pain and did not answer it, who took from victory as if collecting a debt from the dark itself. Predators knew when another predator had entered the dark. Some in the audience still laughed, but more softly. A few stopped entirely. Far beyond imperial charts, beyond Loth, beyond the Crusade routes and the loud machinery of conquest, the Carcharodons' fleet continued through the void. The tithe was logged, munitions were counted, armor plates sanctified and assigned, plasma cores sealed, repair stock distributed to hungry machine spirits, rations stored, medical supplies divided, bonded laborers branded into new service beneath grey-wrapped overseers, Xenos wreckage examined, burned, or locked away, according to rites no outsider would witness. Gene seed reliquaries were born into cold chambers, where fallen void brothers would become future war in the bodies of those not yet taken. The dead were sealed. No lament carried through the halls. No victory feast warmed the ship. No serf sang unless ordered for a rite. In the arming crypts, ancient armor was repaired. Lightning claws were cleaned. Chain fists were stripped of alien tissue. Bolters were reloaded and blessed. The Red Brethren returned to stillness. Apothecaries recorded losses in the language of inheritance. Tech Marines soothed the ship's machine spirits with oil, binary, and offerings of silence. The pale commander stood in the strategium before a dim hololith of distant stars. He said nothing. Loth was already behind them. Horothis, the stark Venger, Savior, the Thorn Maze, the gate that had bled shadows, all reduced to entries in sealed memory. There was no pride in him, no pleasure, no regret that any mortal could have named, only continuation. A serf entered barefoot and knelt without speaking. A rune flared on the strategium altar. An astropathic cry, weak and distorted, bled through the dark. Not from Loth, somewhere farther out, somewhere beyond easy maps and comfortable authority. Human fear, Xenos predation, broken coordinates, pain dragged thin across the warp. The pale commander looked at it as he had looked at the first, blood in water. He raised one hand. Across the grey ship, warriors stirred. Engines woke. Crew serfs bowed their heads. The fleet turned in the outer dark without transponder, blessing, or farewell. Ahead, another distress cry faded towards silence. The hunters followed.